International cooperation has never been more urgent. Our
Good afternoon. My name is Mooney Jensen from the Albright Stonebridge Group, and I'd like to welcome everyone to the second day of the 25th Annual CAF Conference, organized by the Inter-American Dialogue, CAF Development Bank of Latin America, and the Organization of American States. We're coming to you from our first ever hybrid event, live from the Willard Intercontinental in Washington, D.C., and from around the world. Before getting started, I want to remind everyone that you can participate via Twitter using our conference hashtag, DialogoCAF 2021, and you can submit questions to our panelists via our conference platform or through email at meetings@thedialogue.org. We also want to thank our media partners, El País and NTN 24, and welcome everyone who has joined the event. We're now going to jump right into our first session of the day, titled A Decade of Action to Achieve the SDGs in Latin America and the Caribbean. This panel will be moderated by Luis Felipe López Calva, the United Nations Development Program Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean. He has nearly 30 years of professional experience advising several Mexican governments, and most recently was at the World Bank, where he served as practice manager of the Poverty Equity Global Practice of Europe and Central Asia. Without further ado, I'm pleased to welcome Luis Felipe. Luis Felipe.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you all for joining us today in this session, A Decade of Action to Achieve the SDGs in Latin America and the Caribbean. I think it is very important to remind the audience that in 2015, there was this very, very important document signed by 193 countries that established a common agenda based on the Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals that the whole world agreed to pursue as collective objectives. It's very important that there was an attempt and a very important political moment to move from an equilibrium based on ideologies to an equilibrium based on ideals. Today, I'm very, very pleased and thankful for having been invited to lead this conversation in the 25th Annual CAF Conference. I really want to thank the organizers, of course, CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America, the Inter-American Dialogue, and the Organization of American States for this great opportunity to participate and moderate a very, very distinguished panel on this very important issue. Very brief introduction. I want to remind you of some of the aspects that bring us all together for this important conversation, in addition to the traditional gathering that we are having every year on these matters for Latin America. Of course, the COVID-19 crisis establishes a very different context. So in the last 2 years, actually, we have been receiving an unexpected and challenging set of shocks in Latin America and the Caribbean. By all measures, by all indicators, our region has been the hardest hit by this pandemic. If we look at the economic impact, if we look at the health impact, if we look at excess deaths, we basically see that our region has been disproportionately hit by this global crisis. As we have called it in UNDP, this is a situation in which juncture met structure. Basically, the structural problems that we're facing already and trying to deal with have been exacerbated and deepened and made more visible by this very severe crisis. As we know, we in the region, unfortunately, have contributed with more than 30% of global deaths, while we represent only 9% of the population in the world. The GDP contraction has been very important, and the contraction of employment. And also, we are coming up with of this crisis with a situation of higher informality and a very high vulnerability. We are, as you know, and many discussions have taken place within this context of the conference, that vaccination efforts and equity in vaccine access is a very important precondition to continue with this recovery. But today, we want to make it very clear that all these aspects should not move us away from this global, collectively shaped agenda that has the Sustainable Development Goals as our aspirational line of sight, the collective objectives that we want to pursue. So it is very important, and even more important, that we focus on those objectives. As you know, in 2020, Secretary General at the United Nations started what we call the Decade of Action to deliver on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. While the context, of course, is very different today as before this important crisis, as I said, our aspirational line of sight, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, has not changed. And we are today here to discuss from many different perspectives how we can actually strengthen our capacity to continue in our pursuit of that very important social agenda. In order to achieve the SDGs in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have said we have to overcome issues related to very low productivity, very high inequality, and very high vulnerability. And we need to do that to come up with ideas to become a more productive, more inclusive, and more resilient society based on paving this road towards the SDGs with effective governance in a democratic context. We have to embrace an idea of governance that is effective, but also that is in a very solid democratic structure of values. So in that sense, in our recent UNDP's regional human development report, we have argued that we need to rethink social protection as an essential key that can lead to the multiple objectives that I just established, and fundamentally a social protection system that is universal, inclusive, friendly to growth, and fiscally sustainable. So we're here to discuss then how to build back better and how to establish what we can call a new normal, but a new normal that is, again, more productive, more inclusive, and more resilient. And for that, we have a very distinguished panel. We are very, very, very honored to have Her Excellency Epsi Campbell with us, the Vice President of Costa Rica. I was just thinking about the fact that, Costa Rica, more than 70 years ago, in Article 12 of the Constitution, established the fact that there was no need to have a permanent army, and rather to invest all that in the pursuit of social goals like education and social protection for all people in Costa Rica. So in that sense, Costa Rica, since then, and in many other aspects, has been a leader in the world in terms of, very progressive agenda. But also, Vice President Campbell is the first Afro-descendant woman to hold this position in the Americas, the vice president position. But also, she has been a prominent leader and 2 times deputy in the Republic. She has been publishing books and articles on democracy, inclusion, political, economic participation of women, gender equality, fight against racism, and she's an expert in social development issues. In addition to her political experience and career, she's a global leader in the agenda on inclusion. So thank you very much for that. And by the way, I want to take 1 minute to also congratulate Costa Rica through the Vice President for having just received the prestigious Earthshot Award in the category of protect and restore nature. This is a very prestigious, some people call it the Nobel Prize of Climate Action. So we as UNDP were very proud to have been the ones who nominated Costa Rica for this prize, and really applaud the important work that your country has done to bring about change in this very critical context. We also have today Ms. Anita Bhatia. She's Assistant Secretary General and UN Women's Deputy Executive Director. She has also had a very distinguished career at the World Bank Group before, serving in various senior leadership and management positions in different parts of the globe, and also a very long experience in international development, strategy for resource mobilization for development, and organizational change management. We also have Mr. Oscar Gamboa, the Minister Counselor in the Embassy of Colombia in Washington, D.C. He has served previously as advisor to the President on Afro-descendant, Afro-Colombian population affairs, and has been Executive Director of the National Association of Mayors of Municipalities with Afro-Colombian population. We also have Mrs. Maria Claudia Lacouture, Executive Director of the Colombo American Chamber of Commerce and CHAM Colombia. Previously, she has been Minister of Trade, Industry and Tourism in Colombia, President of ProColombia, and manager of Colombia Es Pasión, a very important campaign, and also she has been Vice President of Imagen País. Finally, Mr. Karim Lesina, the Executive Vice President and Chief of External Affairs for Millicom. Previously, he has been the Senior Vice President for International and External Regulatory Affairs at AT&T, and has worked as in the Government Affairs Management for Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. We're going to go directly into the conversation. I'm going to ask our guests to please elaborate for 5 minutes on their first response. I apologize in advance if I have to interrupt, but I want to really make it sure that we have time to also hear questions from the audience. So please, 5 minutes in the first response. Of course, you can respond in any language you want to use, given that we have simultaneous translation. And of course, we'll start with Her Excellency Vice President Campbell. And I really want to ask a very broad question, but very important to hear from you. Based on this very progressive tradition of Costa Rica and your own experience, what do you see as the main challenges for these in this current context to continue in the pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals in our region? Thank you again for joining our conversation, Vice President.
Good afternoon to everyone and good day. I'm very pleased to be here with you because this is a key topic. How to think about economic reactivation post-COVID. I wanted to say we need a sustainable and inclusive and with parity, with a cultural focus post-pandemic. This has an absolutely devastating effect on the region, but also there are human groups that are at a disadvantage. Just the impact of unemployment of women in countries that may recover much more rapidly than we had hoped, there's a tremendous impact, and a lot of women are being left out of the workforce, and they may recover quickly and they may not recover at all. So we have important economic growth going on. We've had more than 20% of unemployment among women. The inequality, socially speaking, has increased. Young people, Afro-descendant and indigenous women, and we have seen the weaknesses of health services in some cases, quality education, dignified work, and health. The gap, the educational gap of the pandemic in Latin America left evidence of the fact that we are so far behind with regard to connectivity, access to electronic devices, and educational personnel. So we have a gap that could be fatal to us with regard to development. We need to think about the case of women and, in addition, a disproportional impact on caregivers. This has reinforced the already heavy weight that women have carried with regard to caregiving in a very clearly vulnerable situation. Also, there is evidence that with regard to mental health, more than before, in public health debates are now being set forth. What should we think about as far as reactivation? First, we need to incorporate in all actions of economic reactivation a perspective in which we establish specific goals for incorporating women and Afro-descended and indigenous communities, and measures that begin in the rural areas, that have an impact on the rural areas. We have no other option. So if we do not focus on these specific sectors, we need to have specific indicators, specific actions, which will allow us to see results there. The second topic that I think we need to think about with regard to our economic reactivation is utilizing solutions based on nature. There is a large quantity of activities for economic sustainable reactivating the economy with green actions like reforestations, renewable energy use, and the possibility of organic production, which will allow contribution to health, etc. I believe that this topic needs to begin by placing money in the pockets of women and other communities that do not have funds, with a tremendously aggressive process of providing credit to women and communities that will allow reactivation to begin with the family, the community, and thus has an impact on the nation. There's no other way to do it. We will not be able to have large groups of economic actors employing the people who have been left without work. We need activities to place money in conditions which will favor creditors, but also the small businesses that need to move forward. Education is essential. I believe that CAF can have an important role as an ally. We need to have financial resources that can guarantee connectivity and electronic devices to guarantee not only for children, boys and girls, and young people who have been left out of the productive cycle due to this pandemic, but the adults who are also disconnected. So we need an alliance that will allow us to make a qualitative leap, developing new work, technology, engineering, and all the new framework that the fourth industrial revolution has provided. And we need, finally, to consider the gaps that exist so that no one will stay behind. Actions need to be directed towards those sectors that have historically been excluded. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Vicepresidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President.
The President mentioned the a very important role of the private sector and how public policy can shape the conditions for the private sector to be an engine of recovery, but also in a way that is more inclusive and sustainable. So I would ask Maria Claudia Lacouture, from that perspective of private sector and public policy to create the conditions, what are the main pieces of advice that you could have on how to build this recovery in a way that is more inclusive and sustainable?
Muchas gracias, Luis. Primero quiero agradecer.
Thank you very much, Luis. I'd like to thank CAF and for the invitation, Michael Shifter of the American Dialogue, to be here to share with you some ideas. I believe that Vice President mentioned something very important. We are coming out of strict confinement, which has led to intermittent reactivation, currently with financial indicators that have affected Latin American nations. 56% of the GDP. We have a region that needs a lot of assistance and help. This public sector as well as the private one. The persistence of the pandemic, the increase in poverty that we have seen to a large extent in all the nations of the region have led to a slow reactivation on a Latin American level. We need to take immediate actions on a short and medium time frame, and I believe it's essential to continue all the financial supports that have been provided over time through the public sector to continue supporting all the most vulnerable populations and also help the productive department, the small and medium-sized businesses, and support maintenance of unemployment so that we don't continue seeing unemployment but rather create public-private partnerships in opening up new job positions and take advantage of this huge opportunity that we have at this moment to refocus our productivity of each one of the nations of this region. We have countries that not only in this sector have great opportunities, and we need to move towards new productive sectors to attract investment on a greater scale, generate work, jobs, and technological development, as the Vice President mentioned, and also create education for more qualified workforce. New actions for economic development can come out of this, also generating quality long-term employment. This is one of the great opportunities that we have transforming each one of our nations, but also with a complement of the private sector. We need to work together, private and public sectors, to create qualified workers and each of the nations of the Caribbean and Latin America, but also, as the Vice President mentioned, women. We need to work carefully with young women, young people, and the informal sector. We need to create actions, joint actions in the public-private sector in order to continue with this activation and development. This is a public-private activity. Leaders in Colombia, from the point of view of companies, have insisted on vaccines for their employees, and this will continue to develop. Finally, I believe that there is an activity that could be done on a public-private level, and that is to deepen regional integration, because we have an important opportunity. This is already coming forth out of the pandemic, but also because of the Cold War between China and the United States, effectively speaking. So reactivating here close-knit business exchanges. So how can we do this? We can create better and more infrastructures. Latin America and the Caribbean today, we have the least number of paved roads, and this impedes the transfer of activities between the countries and trade, which is crossing borders, and this requires efforts that we could make to improve economic development in our nations, and also creating qualified workforce. We also need to reduce policies that are impeding trade between our countries. We have more than 450 trade agreements in the region, 300, and some of them are interrelated and are with developing nations, and we need to improve this. There's work to be done. And as I mentioned earlier, seeking to establish a fund that will allow for generating common efforts in growth. In this sense, We can have sustainable efforts, trade reinforced in standards and actions toward productivity. We have seen better technology connections, but very much focusing on sales and productive efforts for sales, but not productivity. So I think for this reason, we need to work very hard together on this. Thank you very much. Anita Bhatia.
These two interventions, the importance of the gender lens and how women have to be essential part of this recovery, not only looking at the vulnerabilities that women face, but also as the potential in terms of leadership and economic participation. So as you know, UN Women, UNDP, we have a global tracker with a gender lens of the recovery. So we would like to hear from you how you are looking at this recovery from the gender perspective.
Muchísimas gracias, Luis Felipe. Es un placer estar con todos ustedes.
Thank you very much, Luis Felipe. I'm happy to be with all of you today. I am in New York, but I would love to go to Washington. Had I known in advance that we could have done this in person, but, well, what can you do about that? We are all together. I'm happy to be with you and to talk a bit about what the role of women is in recovery, economic recovery, and what's happening in the region. So I would just start with the 3 items. Now, as you rightfully said, Global Gender Policy Tracker.
The stimulus packages on women. And I think one thing we have noticed, and there's really quite good data on this, so I would encourage everybody to look at our Global Gender Policy Tracker. We have looked at over 214 countries, and we have looked at what you talked about, Luis Felipe, which was social protection. We've looked at labor market measures that have responded to COVID-19, and we have tried to ascertain how many of these have been gender sensitive. And the hard and difficult truth that must be said is that only 23% of all measures are actually gender sensitive. And this is when we know that the pandemic has exacerbated the existing gender inequalities that were pretty visible before the pandemic, but have just gotten much worse in the last 18 months. So what have we seen in the last 18 months? And I do want to reiterate the 3 areas where we have really seen a big impact. One is income, women's income. The second is on women's health. And the third is on women's security. I want to say a few words about each. On income, we have seen a precipitous drop in terms of the number of women who are now entering into or are in a state of poverty. So we have seen women falling back into poverty as a result of the pandemic. The second thing is we are now seeing that as women go back into the labor force, that the rates of return to the labor force vary hugely between men and women. And why is that? And that has to do with the care burden and the fact that women, even before the pandemic, were doing 3 times as much unpaid care work as men. And this just shot up exponentially during the crisis. So that's on the income side. And of course, in Latin America, most women work in the informal sector, and that sector has just actually grown during the pandemic. The second is on women's health. During the pandemic, governments appropriately pivoted to spending for solving the public health crisis that the virus created. But that meant that there were trade-offs and that investments in maternal mortality and other aspects of women's health have been ignored. So there has to be some making up of all of that lack of investment over the last 1.5 years. And then finally, with violence against women. I mean, this is an economic issue. This is a human rights issue, but it's also an economic issue because, very bluntly put, a woman who is being abused cannot go to work. And so, femicide and violence has an economic cost. About 2 years ago, the IMF actually calculated that those countries that paid attention to violence and to getting rid of certain types of violence could see a 1.5, as much as a 1.5% increase in GDP. So these three issues, income, health, and security, have to be addressed. But the larger point that I want to make, Luis Felipe, is that we actually are at a point where we have to rethink the entire social contract. We actually need a new social contract that very actively includes women by making attention to the care economy a fundamental pillar of a program to build back better. And it thinks innovatively and differently about how we are going to finance gender equality. Because if we think that just government intervention is going to solve for the issues of what has happened to women during the pandemic, then I think we are dreaming. So I really think that, institutions like CAF, whom I really want to congratulate for having this kind of a dialogue, have such an important role to play in the region by being catalyzers and mobilizers of different kinds of financing, private finance and blended finance, and other ways of driving financing to the gender equality agenda. Luis Felipe, I want to congratulate you because under your leadership and the work that UNDP did in Mexico, we saw last year the issuance of an SDG bond. And what that example showed is that if we can tap into the market for environmental, social, and governance investor interest, then we can deal with the issue of the fact that government money is simply not going to be enough for solving the crisis. And we can work to expand this sustainability framework to bring a particular focus on gender. We have seen examples of gender-focused financing being driven in Mexico, in FIRA, in Colombia, and in Chile. We need to now replicate this and take it to scale. I'm so proud of the fact that we are going to be a strategic partner to CAF. We have been in conversations with them, and I know that as a result of this partnership, we will be able to drive forward on issues of a gender lens in economic inclusion, in access to credit, and basically promote gender equality within the financial ecosystem in Latin America. CAF has been working with us already, but we are really looking forward to deepening the partnership to try to build this new social contract and a new way of approaching these problems, because I don't think it's about building back better. I don't like using that phrase because the old normal is not what we want to see. The problems are too big and too urgent for us to think about the old mindset. We need to build forward differently. Thank you, Luis Felipe, and back to you.
Thank you so much, Anita. As somebody said recently, back is not the right direction. So thank you. Quiero agradecer.
I would like to thank Vice President Campbell, who has to depart, but on behalf of the organizers of the panel, we thank you very much for taking the time to take part in this event.
Very positively impressed by Anita's Spanish, so now I'm very self-aware of my English after hearing your Spanish. So, Oscar Gamboa, I think your experience is very interesting because it brings together not only working to try to include vulnerable groups, but also do it from a very local governance perspective. So from that, from those two elements, how do you see the challenges in this recovery towards the decade of action?
Muchas gracias y también agradezco.
Thank you, and I also thank CAF, the Inter-American Dialogue, and the Organization of American States for this opportunity for me to connect with those who follow us and in the Americas. Now, the UN General Assembly created a plan of action for 2030, thinking about 3 Ps: people, the planet, and prosperity. Also, they reach a consensus that the biggest of these is poverty. That's the biggest problem we have. And if we don't overcome it, there cannot be sustainable development. And why? Because people are going to work wherever they can, and that's going to be harmful for the environment, and they might engage in illegal activities as well, and so on. So this whole drive and despair to just survive has an effect on sustainable development. And it's no secret to anyone that global society and that in each country there are still racist practices, some sponsored by governments, and there is a cultural inertia that can lead to exclusions. And there are clear indicators of this. Poverty has become concentrated in these sidelined sectors. And I represent cities in which the majority of my constituents are Afro-descendants in Colombia, but this also applies to the rest of the continent. So obviously, if we want to move forward, these 17 Sustainable Development Goals, this plan of action, the only way it can be carried out is to break with paradigms of supply and of demand, and for these SDGs to be implemented. When I speak of demand, it's because people have to better manage their own story, and that means they have to break from that scheme of not dreaming and then not acting on dreams that they aren't having. Now, there is an association of black mayors, and I went to talk to the mayor in New York, and it's not easy. And today we are working with Professor Sachs, on a sustainable development program for the Afro-descendant communities in Colombia, and we have agreed that this is a model that could be exported to other countries of the region, because in Colombia, oftentimes for the implementation of SDGs, we speak of a social laboratory. And when I talk about breaking from paradigms, I'm talking about on the supply side, because multilateral agencies have to be more aggressive, less timid in doing this. This has to be placed in its proper context. This is context. This isn't just a matter of going through the motions of coming up with a plan of action based on SDGs. This has to be the result. We have to talk about the result of not doing it. The result on democracies. We have a chaotic social situation. There are illegal practices underway of different natures, and causing all sorts of horrors. And so, from speaking on behalf of those who have been racially excluded, we have to reinvent history by not repeating errors committed historically. And that's the only way that we can validate the concept of sustainable development, and then to actually come up with true democracy in which inclusion is a part of our heritage.
Muy claro en los conceptos.
Thank you very much. Your concepts are quite clear.
The relevance of digitalization and being connected as an element for inclusion. And in principle, digitalization could play a very important role on the productive side, but also on the inclusion side. The question is that actions have to be taken for digitalization to bring these two elements together. So what is your view in terms of the role of this from the instrumental perspective to achieve the SDGs? Thank you. You are muted.
You see the phrase of 2020 and 2021. So I was thanking everybody for their great comments on the panel, and I think The problem raised, I think, have been seen highly during the pandemic. And Luis, to answer to your point, that we look at three different ecosystems, right? We are talking about a change of paradigm coming with COVID, where people had to use digital in an extensive way. And we have seen the difference between being digitalized and being non-digitalized, having access to internet, not having access to internet, having access to a system that connects you and not. And I think that brings the first big, one of the panelists was talking about the lack of roads, and I will tell you, our networks are what we call autopistas digitales. So we focus a lot, like if there were, these are the digital highways that we are building every day in order to connect everybody. So when on a post-pandemic, what I will say as a first priority is let's look at how we connect those unconnected. And we are living in a model or in a sector in Latin America where around 75% of the investments in telecommunications are covered by private. And this is something important because compared to all the other huge infrastructures, because as I say, I consider us as basic infrastructure on that part, we are the only one, I think, that is almost funding it all on the private side, and this should continue. So what we should look at is what can we do as a government and as a public and private to develop those conditions in order to be sure that we can connect the unconnected today. And that goes with the second part of my comment, Luis, when I look at, what is the reason why people are not connected? Sometimes it's because in some rural areas it's almost impossible to deploy a network because economically speaking it doesn't make sense. But a lot of time in our region it makes also because there is a lack of digital literacy, because people don't have access because of high cost of devices, terminals, or simply because they don't have the capacity to afford the price of the connectivity, even if prices are incredibly low when you look at average at the international level, just as an FYI. But the reality is, so we need to work together to digitalize public administration. I think that's super important, to bring connectivity in a lot of the schools, and also industry, so us, because we have to give to society, and I want to give you the example of what we are doing as at Minicom. If you think to it, during the pandemic, we have been changing most of our educations to virtual. We have moved a lot of our education for teachers with a project called Conectados. We have been working to help women. There is a fantastic flagship project we have been doing in El Salvador, and it's touching the issues that were raised before of the difficulty of a lot of the women to restart and to re-enter the market after losing their job. And we see that connectivity and digital has a huge impact in order to allow people to re-enter the economics. And the last point is this. We live in a globalized society where more and more our supply chains are interconnected, even if sometimes there are some little tensions that disrupt that global supply chain. But in order to be able to grow the pie, to grow the local economies, we need to be sure that we integrate our economy, especially in the rural or suburban areas, to that global supply chain. Because if not, what happens? People will look somewhere else for a job that they don't have at home. So they ever move to the urban, creating a lot of tension and creating a lot of frictions with existing because of lack of local resources, or they simply immigrate outside of their country. And as a son of a Tunisian mother and an Italian father, I tell you, I don't know a lot of people that immigrates because they don't like the food at their home, they don't like the content at their home, or they don't like living with their family. Most of the people who immigrates for one specific reason, looking for a job. So the reality is that we need to create the conditions for deploying more connectivity, digitalize more society from school to public administrations, to also informal sector, and then to be sure that we are able to integrate that into the global supply chain. And why I'm so positive, because I'm a positive guy. Maybe that's my Tunisian mother that has been giving me that all my life. But when you look at Latin America, you look at a very young population, you look at an incredible capacity of learning English and integrating the supply chain, because we may, as much as we like every other language, and I would prefer to speak in Italian and Tunisian today, but the reality is that the language of the supply chain is really English. You can have Spanish on a local level, Chinese on the other, and French, but at the end, English is really the basis. And I think our region, so Latin America, has huge potential to do that if we work and we learn the lessons of the pandemic, public-private working together in order to solve. Because this is, for me, the biggest lesson we learn. If we work together to solve the issue, we find a solution, and we can implement, models that works very, very well. Thank you, Luis.
Thank you so much. I want to go back to Anita Batia because of a question that we get from the audience in terms of the importance of a more regional perspective of inter-country coordination or the role of multilateral organizations, particularly with this idea related to the new social contract, in the sense of, are women going to be only beneficiaries of that non-social contract, or can they be the architects of that new social contract, and what is the role of this, regional coordination?
Well, let me say something about women being architects. For women to be architects, they have to be in decision-making. And unfortunately, women's representation in decision-making and leadership bodies is very low. And, when we have looked at, and so just to share a few global numbers, and then I'll come back to the region. But if you look globally, when you look at how many women are in parliament and making decisions about, legislation that can positively impact women, only 25% of legislators worldwide are women, which is not to say we don't have enlightened males. I see many in the audience and many are here with us today. But it is true that there are issues where you do need women to be at the table to drive certain kinds of policies. And so whether it is women in parliament, women as heads of state and government, which is still less than 10% of all heads of state and all heads of government are women. And when you look, and this is a particular interest of mine because this is not so difficult to achieve. And when you look at gender equal cabinets and how many gender equal cabinets there are worldwide, it is absolutely shocking to think that in 2021, we only have 13 countries out of the 193 member states of the UN that have gender equal cabinets. And I am convinced that if you had more women in cabinet, you might actually see the kind of tough prioritization that is needed for allocating resources to the right sectors, more on social spending, less on defense, more on the sectors like education that have a huge impact over the long term on girls' and women's lives. But coming back to the issue of regional cooperation and can women be architects of that? Yes, of course they can be architects of that if they are in a position to be architects of that. But right now, they are not in decision-making roles sufficiently represented well enough to be able to influence public policy. I do think that it's very important for all institutions. And I know that CAF's new leadership under Sergio Granados is really focused on this issue of addressing gender equality, both within the institution, but also as a fundamental pillar of strategy. And no longer just a nice to have, but something that has real return on investment and really makes sense in terms of in terms of better impact. I know that CAF is thinking of that, and this is why we're so excited about our partnership with them. But that kind of leadership commitment is what is going to drive really fundamental change in who is architecting whatever form of cooperation, whether it's regional or global or multilateral.
Thank you, Anita. Oscar, I would like to go back to you because of this same idea on the terms of social contract. For that social contract to be more inclusive, we need to have effective mechanisms for historically excluded populations to be part of it and be beneficiaries. Do you think the conditions are there? Do you think the current situation is there, or what can be done to improve the capacity of these groups to be part of the construction of that new deal in a way?
We have to look at this in two ways. From the dynamic of the people, the minorities, namely, and also as organizations, creating capacities, capacity building. Now that is what I said before, so that people can manage their own stories. Now, it's very interesting that we live in very rich environments, that is, rich environmental aspects, but in contrast, poverty could not be worse. Now, from the standpoint of decision makers in Parliament and heads of state and in multilateral organizations, they have to be more attuned to the social realities on the planet, rooted in what has become the SDGs, because there are great narratives, but when it comes down to implementing policy, what I see is a lot of pettiness, and I'm not saying this just to be negative, but there's a lack of confidence in to work in different environments where people are shy in working. Now, if you look at the social scenarios that we have, each one produces effects, and then those effects become causes of other problems because it snowballs. And that is what shakes the foundation of democracies and does not allow for the creation of compact societies, no matter how you look at it. That's what we all need. So, in sum, what I suggest from my viewpoint and based on my own experience, there has to be a dynamic of coming together, communities and governments and decision makers, especially as what we heard from VP Campbell, those who have the purse strings.
The audience that they can submit questions to speakers via email at meetings@thedialogue.org or through our conference platform, cafconference25.com. One of the questions, and I want to go back to Maria Claudia, one of the questions from the audience relates to the concern about the recovery not taking into account the need to have a more larger share of formal employment, and the fact that the recovery could lead us to a labor market that in a way leads to more vulnerability. So I would like to hear from you, because you are following issues related to investments and development of economic options for recovery. If you think that this idea of the more formal economy is being considered in this path towards recovery, or what we have to do to lead us in that direction.
Now, there are 7 challenges that recovery faces. The first challenge is to seek to bring down poverty to generate fewer inequalities. That is how we are going to ensure that jobs lead to economic development throughout countries in Latin America. We have another huge challenge, only exacerbated the pandemic, which is an increase in poverty by 8% and greater informality also on the rise. And the way to get through this, as I said before, we have to keep up fiscal support for the most vulnerable and to create jobs. Job creation has to go hand in hand with hemming in extreme poverty and overall poverty, as well as inequalities, the middle class, and how vulnerable it has found itself over the last 2 years within the pandemic, before the pandemic, and during the pandemic, in which it's also been exacerbated. That also is worrisome as far as job creation and recovery, because ultimately it's the middle class that, one way or the other, is going to drive economic development in Latin American countries. And nowadays, what we see is that they are quite vulnerable. How can we support the middle class so that it can stay within that process of development with equality to strengthen the foundations of our societies, that is tied to productive processes that need to be rooted in new technologies, new industry, to include human resources in, or make available to to train people in what companies need. Education is the big challenge in Latin America. Only 40% of youth are going to higher institutes of higher education, and there's no way we can actually recover with those numbers. A recovery that includes young people, women who have been the hardest hit, young people and women, as well as those working in the informal sector throughout the pandemic. So it's absolutely necessary for us to undertake actions that would make available to them germane education. Germane education, that is the key in this economic recovery process. We have to make sure that the education offered is in line with what new industry, new economies need, so countries can move forward and show results. Another big challenge, without a doubt, is the work that we have to do on climate change and to build water resources. We have to continue to work in the environment. That is no small item. It's not just a issue of the planet. It's everyone's problem. It's an economic problem. It's what is making, leading many of the countries that are having difficulties with agriculture, commodities that have been so hard hit by climate change. If we're not going to see it from the standpoint of benefiting everyone on the planet, we have to look at it from the economic standpoint. We have to, there has to be a collaboration between public and private sectors to address these problems that are affecting the economies of our countries and worldwide. Another challenge, and this might sound a little bit odd, but how can we actually have real data? If you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, there are 33 countries in Latin America. Only 24 of them have data. Among those 24, not all of that data is trustworthy or reliable because we don't have information on all of those variables. So that means we have much to do to generate information that will give us a handle on where we stand, how we can improve, and how we can move forward with truthful, accurate information that would reveal clearly the path forward. A last challenge also raised here, but no less important, is connectivity and technology. We have in Latin America more than 62% of homes not hooked up to the internet. We have seen how important technology is. The pandemic has made that crystal clear, and we see that these technologies are being used and in broadband, but we're not using artificial intelligence and big data, all of the analysis that underlies that. For us to move forward with recovery, what we also see is that companies, while 90% of them are connected in Latin America, that connectivity is used for processes that don't enhance productivity. And that is where we also have to intervene to see how we can strike a balance between those actions that we have to continue carrying out, because we are countries that depend a lot on raw materials. But how can we complement the process of raw material sales? I'm talking about coal, mining, or minerals, petroleum. These are things that have to do with industry and productivity, and to ensure that, again, human resources are trained in line with what the economy's needs are.
Issue of the data and to link again to the digital and for Karim, and related to this social contract, the role of digital in governance and how this can also be an instrument not only for productivity, inclusion, but inclusion in the political sense. What is the role of some initiatives that can strengthen the transparency, the access to data, and to build trust between citizens and the state? How do you see the role of digital in that respect?
Look, I think digital has been showed, and when we say digital, we need to talk about the whole ecosystem, right? The ecosystem is made by the telcos, but also by the OTTs, by the media world that is, conveying the information. I think we're seeing it. Digital has been pushing transparency in an incredible way. You see the role of social media everywhere. So you also see the bad usage of social media can disrupt the discussion. Okay, so there is an ambivalent discussion here. But if you see what happened with social media and how it has been used in the past, I think we all have to agree that the phone today is not only something that people use to talk on one-on-one, but it's one-to-multi through a lot of the existing applications. So I think that's very important, and I think it's super important to push the work questions around freedom of use, but also about digital literacy, because what you don't want is to see a division again there between your urban and rural. You don't want to see a huge difference there. You need to specifically develop some projects in order to close the digital divide. Okay, I think for me that's one of the biggest priority we have. Let me give you an example, and I will use Colombia because it's one of the countries we operate in. We have been pushing heavily investment in Colombia in order to deploy 4G technology. And we are working all the time in order to continue to deploy and to be sure that we are getting to a level of coverage that President Duque has put as 70% by the end. We are working hard on this. But then you start looking at the conditions to get there, and you start looking at what are the costs. And I think that's important when we talk about digital connectivity and when we talk about data transparency, because the precondition is people having access. So when you look at the fact that some of the costs are much higher than others, than other countries, you need to start comparing. And this is where we need organizations like CAF, but also UN, PNUD, and etc., to work together in order to look at those better practices that can help connecting the unconnected. And the more you're able to bring the connectivity there with a project that can be PPPs, but also that can be direct funding and etc., then been taking down the cost of spectrum to almost zero for the places where you need to deploy. There are a lot of ideas on the market, but the reality, this needs to be the priority, because if not, what happens is that you have an incredible transparency and usage of connectivity in the urban areas, and you have something that doesn't happen in the rural areas, and creates even more tensions internally in the country. And I think that sometimes, we look at connectivity and we think, oh, it's boring. This is for telecom operators, so for spectrum engineers, or for some network engineer that need to build a tower and put an antenna on it, without seeing the incredible implication it has on social development in our country. Let me use again, and I promise I shut up after that. Let me use again that little island where my mother lives. That little island is called Gerba, south of Tunisia, the border of Libya. It's a place where a few years ago, we didn't have all the connectivity that we have today. But you look at connectivity. Connectivity brings you tourism. Connectivity brings you investments, because people, obviously, you need also the natural beauty. But nobody can tell me that Latin America has not incredible natural beauty all over the countries. So connectivity brings you tourists, brings you hotels, brings you jobs, because some of the companies can decide to put some of their coordination center there, some of their production center there, because most of the time it's easier to have good quality of people if we are also covering the questions of education in those areas. So things need to come together. We should not have only one project or the other project or the other project. We should work all together, industry and public, because business cannot take care of the whole education. I think this is a huge project that the Ministry of Education and every government needs to focus on, and we need to support. And at the same time, as I said, 75% of the investments in telecom comes from the industry, from the private sector. So you can link the projects together and see how you create the snowball effect that help in looking at the next 10 years with a lot of positivity, because you know that you're doing the right things to integrate those areas into the global economy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to have a final round. When we think of what brings about positive change in societies, there are many drivers throughout history, but one of them is crisis. So a crisis redistributes power, changes incentives, makes some structural problems more visible. In a way, it can lead to change. And as we know, we become aware that the SDGs are more important than ever. So in the context of this decade of action, I would like to ask a broad question for you to give us a final message. I would request from you that you do it in 2 minutes. And the question is, should we be optimistic or pessimistic about the impact of COVID-19 crisis in our pursuit to achieve the SDGs? What is the potential impact? Are the conditions there for us to, are more optimistic about this, or should we be concerned and maybe strengthen our efforts? So I will go, if you don't mind. I will start with Oscar. We'll then go to Karen, Maria Claudia, and we'll close with Anita. So Oscar, I would like to hear your views.
Optimism or pessimism is measured by the way leadership is being carried out for resolving the problems, how they're faced and conceptualized. The pandemic had leaders who were denying that it existed. Others were very pessimistic. In other nations, there were leaders who were aware of the seriousness of the pandemic, and in the same sense, decisions were made, teams were formed, and health services were provided. So we can't determine one way or the other. It's how we face a crisis, like in this case, the pandemic, and this depends on the way the leaders and the governments do it.
Optimistic by nature, okay? And I think we need to learn. And we need to learn from what we saw. And I'm not going to talk about vaccination and non-vaccinations. I'm double vaccinated, so I'm good. The reality, I think, is let's learn from what we saw. And for me, the best lesson is we saw governments, civil society, companies working together in order to find a solution to the crisis. Let's just imagine. We are talking on an hybrid model now. I remember when the crisis exploded and I had to put my 2 boys in front of a computer and they had no idea. My boys were like 7 and 9 at that time. They had no idea how to do a Zoom. And I think to those places where they didn't have the chances to have those computers to be connected, but still a solution was found. Let's learn from that. Let's look at the global challenge we have. SDGs, we have a lot of objectives. Let's focus. Let's see how we can work together for the good, first of the society and therefore of the planet, because we are all one. But as I say, I'm an optimistic, and I think if we learn from and we sit down and we really develop some rules that works, and let's see who can do what, which sector is more. Let's try to trust each other like we have done in the past 2 years. I think that's the most beautiful thing that I saw, despite the fact that we lost so many loved ones. And I think that we should never forget, because you learn, unfortunately, from the lesson. My father is from the city called Bergamo, and I can tell you we learned the lesson there. So we should work all together. That, for me, is the most important one.
Thank you so much, Karen. Please, Maria Claudia.
I'm by nature optimistic, and independent of whether we're optimistic or negative, however you want to see it, we have learned many lessons. And one of the big ones, in addition to working together, how to overcome the short-term political culture. In the region, we're accustomed to having, during 4 years, social activities and development. And what the pandemic showed us is that this culture of 4-year policies is not useful for crisis or to recover or overcome. We have to work on the long term. We need to have state policies, not government or administration policies. We need to work together in the region, deepen our actions that we've been working on regionally to overcome not just this crisis, but the next ones that we will experience and have to work on together.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Anita, for this final comment.
Thank you, Luis Felipe. And I want to say that, and I'm going to be a little contrarian coming after the other speakers, if you'll permit me, to say that, when you look at the world today, it really is divided into those who have access to vaccines and those who don't. And the sad truth is that the developed world has many more vaccines than the developing world. And there is something fundamentally wrong with the distribution of vaccines in the world when the developed world has many more vaccines than it needs and can consume, and poor countries are vaccine deprived. So, we have to acknowledge that the global system needs to be a lot better at dealing with these global public bads, like the COVID crisis. And at the same time, when you look at actions on a number of other fronts, when you look at the assault on democracies across the world, when you look at the assault on freedom of speech, this is why the Nobel went this year to a journalist. When you look at the assault on women's rights, when you look at the pushback against gender equality, Luis Felipe, on gender equality, we are fighting battles today that we thought we had fought and won 25 years ago. We are relitigating issues of women's rights that had been dealt with. I never thought that I would be living in a world where we were re-questioning women's rights to have autonomy over their own bodies in many parts of the world. So I have to say that, we go through waves in history, and right now we're going through a particularly difficult wave where democracy is under threat in many countries. The developed world is not behaving the way it should towards the developing world. Donors can do a lot more. They're not doing enough. But I will say, to end on a high, what does give me hope for the future is young people. I will reveal my age by saying that I think the future sits with young people, and it is young people who are driving for social change. And frankly, in a lot of countries, it is women who are out in the streets who are asking for the change that is really needed to build forward differently.
Thank you so much. I think it is very clear that we enter this crisis with very serious structural problems as a region. The crisis has only made those problems visible. It has deepened some of those structural problems. It has also taken us back a few years, as you mentioned, Anita, in terms of some battles that have been fought already and are back. So there are many aspects that we have to consider with a realistic eye. But also, I think very important to say that the SDGs continue there as our line of sight. The decade of action in that sense more important than ever. And the fact that these set of collective objectives have been legitimized politically. And in that sense, regardless of what political origin we come from, we know that this is something that we should all collectively aspire to achieve. So in that sense, I like this idea that the bridge between optimism and pessimism is our own actions. So in that sense, if we act, we have reasons to be. We act collectively. We have reasons to be optimistic. So I think that is a very important message, and we have to act at the local level, at the national level, and at the multilateral level. So I think that is a very important message from this session, for which I really, really want to thank Vice President Epsi Campbell and, of course, Maria Claudia, Anita, Oscar, Karim. Thank you very much. And I want to, of course, thank again CAF, Inter-American Dialogue, and Organization for American States, also personally, for allowing me to be part of this very, very inspiring conversation. Thank you very much, and thank you all of you who joined for this event from your own home or office. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez Calva and the panelists for an interesting and ultimately optimistic remarks. We will now have a 15-minute break. Feel free to take a walk, grab some coffee, catch up on emails. And please participate via Twitter in the conversation using our hashtag DialogoCAF 2021. We'll see you back here at 2:30 p.m. Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to move along to the next session of the day, titled "The Social Discontent and Political Polarization, Challenges to Democracy in the Region." Remember to join in the conversation using our conference hashtag, Diálogo CAF 2021. And remember that during this session, you can also submit questions to the speakers via email at meetings@thedialogue.org and our conference platform. This session will be moderated by Michael Shifter, President of the Inter-American Dialogue. Michael is an adjunct professor of Latin American politics at Georgetown University. He previously directed the Latin American and Caribbean program at the National Endowment for Democracy and the Ford Foundation's Governance and Human Rights program. Since 1994, he has played a key role in shaping the dialogue's agenda, commissioning policy-relevant articles and reports. Over to you, Michael.
And good afternoon, everybody. Buenas tardes, boa tarde. And really appreciate everybody joining us for this very special session. I think there's widespread agreement today that democracy in much of Latin America and the Caribbean is deeply troubled. Increasingly, we hear analysts, journalists, advocates, and polls that point to deterioration in the strength of democratic institutions and practices, and a weakening in the rule of law. Some even argue that democracy is at its lowest point in decades. Of course, as the latest Latino Barometer notes, the decline has been clear for a number of years now, certainly before the pandemic made the situation even worse. And the worrying state of democracy is not peculiar to this region, but in fact is a global trend and reflects the current situation in the United States, with very high levels of polarization, partisan rancor, growing inequalities, and a dysfunctional national government. And it is risky to generalize about a complex and highly differentiated region where the challenges vary sharply from country to country. The nature of politics and political leadership in Latin America and the Caribbean is fundamental for the region's well-being, and as has been noted during the course of this conference, all of the issues and challenges discussed, whether it's pursuing a post-COVID economic recovery, seriously investing in education, and tackling climate change, ultimately depend on political will and political capacity. We're very fortunate today to have a terrific panel to examine region-wide trends and share their perspectives on the impact of COVID and the economic and social crisis on political dynamics and where things might be headed in the coming months and years. And though the outlook overall may not be altogether encouraging, we want to identify bright spots and explore possibilities for democratic renewal. This session will focus on 5 important countries or subregions in the case of Central America, reflecting the expertise of our 5 excellent speakers. They will ground the ideas of checks and balances, rule of law, polarization, social discontent, populism, democratic backsliding, and current national realities. We also want to review elections in this super cycle that we're in, including next month, with problematic ones in autocratic Nicaragua and Venezuela, but also in November in Argentina, Chile, and Honduras. And next year in February in Costa Rica. Then Colombia in May, perhaps a referendum in Mexico. We'll hear what Denise has to say about that. And of course, just less than a year from now in Brazil. Let me briefly introduce our panelists in the order in which they will speak. You can find their full, impressive bios on our website. Oliver Stonkel is Associate Professor in International Relations at the Getulio Vargas Foundation, based in Sao Paulo, where he joins us today. Oliver writes for El País and America's Quarterly and has been a frequent participant in dialogue events. We're delighted to have him with us today. Denise Dresser happily joins me here in Washington at the conference, and Denise is a prominent Mexican political analyst, journalist, and academic. She's a professor of political science at the Instituto Tecnológico Autónomo de México, or ITAM, and writes columns for Reforma and Proceso. Denise is a very good friend for many years and was actually a fellow at the Dialogue in the 1990s, and delighted that she's with us here in person in Washington. Claudia Paz y Paz directs the Mexico and Central American program at SEGIL, which works on human rights cases before the OAS Human Rights Commission. Claudia was Guatemala's Attorney General from 2010 to 2014, where she prosecuted cases of drug trafficking and organized crime. Claudia joins us from San Jose, Costa Rica, and we're very, very happy she's able to be with us. Thank you, Claudia. Lucia Damert is Professor of International Relations at the University of Santiago of Chile. She's Peruvian and has wide academic and public policy experience throughout the region. Lucia is an expert on politics and security issues and has been involved in various dialogue projects. Also a very good friend, and thank you so much, Lucia, for being with us from Santiago. And also from Santiago, Chile, we're joined by Patricia Politzer, who is a member of Chile's Constitutional Convention. A journalist by trade, Patricia is founding member of the Diario de Cooperativa Radio, Hoy Magazine, and La Época. Claudia and I met many, many years ago, but we haven't been in touch, so this is a very delightful and joyful reencuentro. So we're very, very happy to see her, and thank you so much, Patricia, for being with us. So there's a lot of ground to cover, and let me start by just posing a few questions to each of our speakers, and anxious to hear their thoughts. Starting with Oliver, I think, Oliver, there's been a lot written and a lot of talk these days about risk to democracy in Brazil under the current Bolsonaro administration, and also obviously a lot of speculation about scenarios for elections a year from now. If you can just sort of tell us your thoughts about the risk of democracy, and perhaps also address the latest development of the criminal charges that have been brought against Bolsonaro by a Senate commission due to mishandling of the government response to COVID, which has resulted in a significant number of deaths. What do you see as the risks, and how do you see the outlook for the election?
Michael, thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I think that answering that question, first of all, it's important to point to the bright spots. The fact that the Senate inquiry has been able to paint a fairly detailed picture of the mishandling of the pandemic of the Brazilian government shows a significant degree of democratic resilience in Brazil. We clearly face a severe threat to Brazil's democracy. I think we cannot discard the possibility of a January 6th scenario in Brazil next year, in which, for example, President Bolsonaro loses the election, fails to recognize the result, with a very dangerous scenario of potentially the armed forces not being as firmly on the side of democracy as they have been in the United States in 2020. But despite the frequent attacks against democracy in Brazil, there's been a tremendously resilient and active media. Investigative journalists have provided lots of information about the way Bolsonaro has handled the pandemic. Civil society has been extremely active. And despite the large-scale polarization, which has made a serious debate about national challenges very difficult, there continues to be a lot of good work being done on the state level and the municipal level. And I think that there is clearly, at this current stage, no functional, reasonable and rational debate about how Brazil can overcome many of its challenges, also many of the challenges induced by the pandemic. But there are clearly a lot of rising political actors on these subnational levels, which which are promising and which deserve our support. Now, very briefly, I think regarding the upcoming election, I think the by far most likely scenario is a runoff between President Bolsonaro and former President Lula. Bolsonaro is losing some support at this stage, but I think can compensate by cash transfer payments, which are likely to continue throughout the election. But at this stage, in part because of polarization, I find it very, very unlikely for a third candidate to break into this increasingly bipolar political scenario in Brazil. And just as a final thought, I think it's also important to point not only to the short-term risks that Brazil's democracy faces. I think a lot of people imagine a sort of Peru 1992 type rupture that could occur in Brazil, or perhaps a January 6th scenario that has a different outcome. But I think there are several underlying threats which point to the risk of Brazil being in the midst of a slow, long-term decline of its democracy. And I think it's important to point here to the militarization of Latin American politics, the continued incapacity to provide public goods to many citizens, which will always make populists look attractive in the future. And because of the pandemic, the rise of the surge now increasingly powerful of transnational crime, which really has expanded massively during the pandemic, in part because the closure of schools made it much, much easier for organized crime to recruit young Brazilians. I think the same is true for other countries. And I think that these are long-term challenges. It's very difficult to reduce the number of military once they're in power. We now have 7,000 soldiers, half of them active duty, the other half retired, part of the Brazilian government. That's more than during the military dictatorship that ended in the 80s. And I think that Brazil, even if it overcomes these short-term challenges, will face massive long-term challenges to return to the more, let's say, stable democratic years we've had from the 1990s all the way to the mid-2010s.
Great. Thank you very much. Great start, and we'll be coming back to some of those issues. And now turning to Denise, some of those issues may sound familiar.
I was listening to it, and I was thinking that could be Mexico.
Well, here, Denise, I mean, I think, maybe some similarities, but also some differences. Certainly the response of President López Obrador to the COVID was different in terms of public spending than we saw in Brazil. And in Brazil, as Oliver said, we had the Congress, which came out with this report, quite tough. It seems like the checks and balances in Mexico may be different. So tell us about the state of democracy and rule of law in Mexico as you see it.
Well, I voted for López Obrador, perhaps in the triumph of hope over experience. But he had the opportunity, I think, to be a great president of the center-left. And we have seen him actually become someone who uses the institutions and the tools of democracy to try and dismantle the democracy that we've been trying to build since the transition in 2000 after the victory of Vicente Fox. So I'm going to talk very quickly about the 5 tendencies that keep me awake at night, which are centralization and hyper-presidentialism, deinstitutionalization, and this is different from Brazil because you do see checks and balances that continue to survive in Brazil, while in Mexico they are being weakened deliberately by the federal government. The third would be militarization, pauperization, and pauperización, and polarization. López Obrador is a very popular president, despite the fact that if you look at the polls, his approval ratings are over 60%. And yet, if you examine the polls at a granular level, there is growing disaffection with the specifics of his government, combating corruption, combating insecurity, decreasing inequality. There's a general sense of disappointment, but he remains very popular. And he uses his popularity to try and centralize power in his person, essentially dismantling the state in a very neoliberal fashion through austerity cuts. And he was one of the few leaders in Latin America to not have a very robust response to COVID through the use of the state by providing either subsidies or governmental support to the most vulnerable. He decided not to do that because he was interested in fiscal discipline. But he has been dismantling or resorting to austerity measures to try and weaken the checks and balances that Mexico created in order to deal with the legacy of dominant party rule and the historic legacy of meta-constitutional hyper-presidentialism. So he, in a daily fashion, attacks the the National Electoral Institute, the Supreme Court, the Congress, opposition parties, in order to delegitimize his role, and tries to govern by using referendums, consultas populares, jumping over the Constitution, issuing memorandums, trying to push forward, for example, an electricity reform that would basically take Mexico out of the North American energy market. And if he were here, he'd argue that this is what transformation is all about, and that you need the return of a very interventionist, strong Tlatuani in order to overcome the resistance to change in a Mexico that is trying to go against privilege, the elites, a legacy of corruption. So that is a worrisome trend. The second is this is leading to deinstitutionalization. For example, the Human Rights Commission has now been colonized by one of its cronies, has ceased to exist as a check and balance. Congress, with his majority in place, basically rubber stamps his initiatives. The opposition is discredited. He every day refers to the opposition as morally bankrupt, as having put Mexico in a hole. Neoliberalism is the cause of all of the country's ills. And you see him even going after the Bank of Mexico occasionally. These autonomous institutions, regulatory entities that were the product of a mobilization from civil society back in the 90s to try and redistribute power and decentralize it so that we wouldn't continue with dominant party rule. And the third trend, and this is unusual for Mexico, this is unprecedented, militarization. Because López Obrador, as a proto-populist, distrusts the state and the apparatus of the state, doesn't understand it and doesn't like it, and wants people who are loyal to him, he has resorted to the military. Today, I was reading, I'm part of a civil society group called Seguridad Sin Guerra, and we have an Inventario Nacional de lo Militarizado. There are 241 specific practices or policies or institutions that used to be run by civilians in Mexico and that under this government have been handed to the military. Mexico escaped the dirty wars of the 1970s in Latin America precisely because we had a very small military that did not have a great deal of social, economic power, was never a player, was never, not even a veto player. And López Obrador, this is a trend that began with Calderón, his predecessor in the past, and Peña Nieto, but he is now essentially co-governing with the military. And this, I think, is very dangerous because it is a military that is operating in opacity, that could become corrupted because of the rising drug trade and transnational crime. And its loyalty is to López Obrador today, but we don't know where its loyalty could be tomorrow. And this in the context of one of the issues that you raised in defining this panel, which is polarization and social discontent. Well, because the Mexican government did not intervene in a strong fashion to deal with the effects of COVID, Mexican poverty is growing at a very fast pace. You now have 26 million people who don't have access to basic health, 3 million new poor. And some of this was to be expected because of COVID, but I think a greater government intervention to create social safety nets would have been a good policy move. And at the same time, I end with a president who uses polarization in a very effective manner. He resorts to the mañanera, the daily press conference, where he identifies an enemy, whether it's the private sector, whether it's transnational companies, whether it's the opposition, journalists like me, or analysts like me are targeted. And so he mobilizes his base through social media to attack people, institutions, political parties, and this is creating a context in which we don't have the possibility for deliberative debates on public policy, and we're living in a stage of very strong identity politics that the president weaponizes in his favor. And this is leading to grave concerns about the state of democracy looking forward, because we're clearly seeing a backsliding promoted by the executive power himself through a process of executive aggrandizement that goes against the trends of the past 30 years.
Great. Thank you. We're going to come back to some of those issues. There's a lot there that I want to pick up on. But Claudia, in Costa Rica, Claudia, imagino que algunos de los temas.
So, Claudia, I would imagine some of the topics that we've heard just now are not unknown to you, situations in Central America, but perhaps you could give us your understanding of current situations in the rule of law, political trends in Central American countries, in your country, Guatemala, how you see the current situation, Nicaragua. There was a resolution at the OAS today condemning Daniel Ortega's administration. You could comment to us what you think will happen on November 7th in the election and the aftermath in Honduras. At the end of November, there will be elections held. What does that mean? Is it going to set the country on another path? And El Salvador. The current president is quite popular, but there have been criticisms leveled, suggesting he's trying to concentrate power, weaken checks and balances, an authoritarian streak. There's much more I could say, but I would just like to hear your viewpoint. Thank you for inviting me to such an important event. The truth is, the current situation in Central America over the last years, democracy and the rule of law have been degraded considerably, starting, as you said, with Nicaragua, starting with the 18th of April, 2018, and the protests there, and what we see is that what's happening in Nicaragua is happening elsewhere. Now, the attacks against the judiciary and the co-opting or taking over the judiciary in Guatemala, Guatemala, this is what is happening in the region. You didn't ask me in this order, but to speak about the situation in El Salvador after the elections at the beginning of the year in that country, and with the absolute majority of the party in the parliament, the first reaction was to arbitrarily send the Constitutional Court magistrates packing and to appoint, again, illegally, arbitrarily, new chief justices, a new prosecutor general, leading to strictures being placed on the freedom of expression, that are now being attacked at the highest levels of the government. The President Bukele himself doing the same. And then also the fact that journalists are being criminalized and opposition members as well by the Office of the Attorney General and the Attorney General himself. And this is seriously, very serious. Also, when you look at the majority party rule in the parliament, and nearly a third of the judiciary, a third of the judges are being forced into early retirement. So if you don't have an independent judge, that it would be so important for human rights in El Salvador, for the region. Judge Mosote is a case in point, one of that group of judges that has been removed from office. And so the question is, how much independence is the judge that ultimately will replace him be? And how seriously and with what independence will he carry out his job? The situation is no different in Guatemala. There has been, that is, Supreme Court of Justice magistrates have and appellate court judges have stayed in office beyond their terms authorized by the legislature. And so you've got prosecutors and judges that is, you had Francisco Sandoval, who is a judge that is renowned for fighting against corruption, who has been ousted, and Judge Caifan, who is also in charge of many corruption cases and human rights violations, and that Gloria Porras was not allowed, a judge also, to take her position on the Supreme Court. And so what we're seeing is a weakening of the undergirding of the very principles of the Republic. And so the legislature and the judiciary are being subsumed by the executive. So what scenario do we see in Nicaragua in this so-called electoral process? I don't really call it an election. If we look at the resolution issued by OAS today regarding the current situation in Nicaragua, it speaks quite eloquently. Honduras and Guatemala didn't vote on that resolution. They are in line with Nicaragua, despite the serious human rights situation in that country. I think we all are aware of the 7 pre-candidates to the office of the president are deprived of liberty. They either in home arrest or outright arrest. 30 opposition leaders have also been detained. Since the end of May, political parties have been canceled. National organizations and international organizations have had their legal personhood stripped from them. There is no real freedom of expression in the country. Journalists are arrested, or they've had to go into exile. Important papers such as La Prensa have been broken into, or they don't have access to print paper. So you can't talk about an election if you don't have opposition. Ortega will stay in power. Frankly, I wouldn't say that he's going to be reelected, because you just can't speak of a re-election in Nicaragua. And the aftermath of the election, post-electoral scenario, in 2019, a new law of amnesty was enacted to free political prisoners, for there to be a minimum, modicum of international recognition. But if it continues to go down this path of authoritarianism, which is the most probable one, to renew for another term a legitimate presidency, well, that's likely what's going to happen at the end of November, as you were saying. Now, it is very important that there be international observers at the election after the 2017 experience. Those elections were called into question. I would go so far as to say that for the first time in a long time, the ruling party does not have control over the electoral bodies. That is a very important aspect to actually say that we are in the midst of a different situation. So I think there is a likelihood of violence. These are already the most violent elections in the history of Honduras, with a number of candidates to different public offices having been assassinated, murdered. This is a violence, just as in the case of Brazil, that's tied to drug trafficking and turf battles, turf control of certain areas, and in partnership with gangs, the Salvatrucha, Mara Salvatrucha gangs. And that also speaks to another challenge, which would be people not turning out to the elections because people just don't trust in the political parties or the government.
So all of the citizens of Honduras are being called to vote, and the international community, and I will finalize here, sorry if I went a little too long, to continue paying close attention to these important elections.
Muy complicada.
A very complicated situation, but thank you so much for this information and your analysis of the situation and very clear observations. Now we'll move on to Peru. Lucia, your nation. You have a new government, Pedro Castillo, who we had the opportunity of meeting when he came through Washington. I think he's a symbol to a certain extent of social justice, which was his great theme for the elections, his campaign theme. And so he changed his cabinet now with a new profile, he removed the prime minister. And another question is, in such a polarized nation, which we've seen during the campaign, and so much false information, if there's any possibility of really governing this country, if Pedro Castillo will be able to implement his agenda, which is very ambitious with regard to social change, to try to challenge inequalities and imbalances that we see in Peru. We're interested in your point of view and your analysis. You have the floor. Thank you so much for your invitation. I'm so happy to be here with IAD and CAF. And with Denise, I'm looking forward to opportunities to travel more naturally. So I've been listening to Claudia, Oliver, and Denise. Latin America has a problem, a big one, a structural one. Unfortunately, this cannot be resolved by a clear ideological idea. If we go to the left, and it'll be fine. If we go to the right, it'll be better, young or old. We have structural issues that require reforms. So speaking about Peru, President Castillo, now that we're in a pandemic world, is one who is in intensive care, if you will, with a reserved result. We're not sure how things will turn out, but it's been some tough months where there's a political polarization, which is huge. But I'd like to mention that this is concentrated in Lima, where, of course, we have the financial powers, the media, in some cases the same. But once you leave Lima and the rest of the nation, this polarization does not exist. There's another one. And that is where I'd like to emphasize in my presentation. There is a permanent building of an enemy, whether it's the rich are the enemy, the communists are enemies, the poor are enemies. It's a polarization which goes beyond this, and this is what concerns me, because it's beyond our political banners. it was noted that some high-level business people were financing campaigns in order to support the communist list. It was in WhatsApp, and there's 70 or 80, there were those who were seeking a way to have a coup and remove the president. Everything that they felt was not Peru because they think they're Peru. So this division or polarization not only helps Castillo because it strengthens those who feel that they have been mistreated, but also it continues this feeling of intensive care, if you will, a need for great care. So the prime minister, who's a woman, Mirta Vázquez, has a lot of experience in public administration, and she has said openly that there will be three things: consensus, governability, and stability. That is to say that she is speaking to these groups. As she found out, they were financing the end of her government. And so every day, and this is a deep problem of the ability to govern the nation, is that there are reports, scandals daily regarding one or another, a minister, a friend of the president, who has participated in criminal organizations, or who was close to Sendero Luminoso, or who was close to decision-making and on a virtual level. So consolidating a new team generates problems. So you probably have heard about the need to go to Congress to receive their confidence, their trust. So this will be an important process. And why? Because preparing for this presentation a week ago and today, everything is completely different, because Congress, for the fourth time since 2017, has passed a law which generates a constitutional change. Once this law is passed, which is unconstitutional because according to the law, the Constitution has been changed, it is the responsibility of the executive branch for matters of trust. So one would say it's the fourth time it's been done. Twice previously, it was thrown out. And again, President Vizcarra called a plebiscite and was left out. So this time, the forces that we could say are Fujimori's backers, or a tendency to want to focus on their own interests, they may be successful indeed. Because some months back, the process changed in detail. The social process, where 5 votes in favor, and in the Constitutional Tribunal, there are several people who backed Fujimori. So the vacancy is not only a phantasm, it's a ghost vacancy. But the Prime Minister said there would have a constitutional court once again to talk about the law that just passed Congress by 79 votes in favor is a first step towards a process of removing the president. So in a country that is so polarized, where there's so many people, an important number, and I wouldn't say a majority, it's the true representation of his country. That's what they believe about this new president, Castillo, because he looks towards equality, and he has a big challenge. Of course, President Castillo has a government far from being an optimal government, but for some time that Peru doesn't have an optimal government. So there was 73% in thought that the government democracy was good, and now it's 49% or so. People are going crazy. They think in some places that democracy works and in others it doesn't. So I'd like to say that in order to summarize, Peru is in constant instability on a structural level, weakened parties who are mechanisms for imposing power, confronting the executive and legislative branch. This will not change, whoever should win. And with a highly concentrated elite that have create their own privileges and consolidation of a conservative populism on the right and left. I think it's important to note and remember that we have on both sides conservative populism, which is Peruvian, which arose recently, and then what was mentioned by my colleagues, an element that is cross-cutting, which is strengthening organized crime, lack of trust of the political world, and militarization as well. I believe that there's a response of this type of mechanism, but seeing all this turbulence in the political world, underlying this, there's a mafia that is growing bigger and bigger all the time and taking power of many of the state processes, which is very concerning. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much, Lucia. Very interesting, and we'll speak about some of these topics at a different point. I'm very happy to see Patricia here and to see her after so many years. Patricia, I confess that possibly of the big surprises we've seen in Latin America in recent years, for me, the biggest surprise, but Lucia told me that it was different in her opinion. I, who don't know that much, it was a surprise. She expected it. Would be the social explosion in Chile, which took place 2 years ago exactly in these days. It was for me very shocking. I never expected to see this because here we always spoke of a nation that was stable and prosperous and had progressed greatly. But obviously there was a lot of discontent, and it seems somewhat to be a result of this. You could understand the Constitutional Convention, which affected this explosion. So it'd be interesting to hear your point of view as a member of the Assembly and the Constitutional Convention. I think they're beginning again to prepare, if I'm not mistaken, the Constitution, the new Constitution, and to come to know the dynamics, the topics being talked about, and how you see the other members of the Constitutional Convention and what you hope will be the results of this gathering. Hello, good afternoon. Glad to see you all. It's such a pleasure to see you once again, even though it's only virtually, and thanking the organizers for this invitation to the 25th CAF Conference. For me, it's a tremendous honor to be here, and I would have loved to have been there with you, present with all of you, Denise and all, but alas, beside the pandemic, my work as a member of the Constitutional Convention made it impossible for me to travel at this time because, as you said, this very week we're beginning the first stages of when we've established the rules about how this Constitutional Convention will operate. And this week we're beginning our work regarding the topics for the Constitution. And hearing my colleagues on the panel speak is kind of upsetting. And I think out of this anguish, this convention that we're experiencing in Chile, the constitutional process, is some light of hope. But in reality, in Chile, we're experiencing a paradox, and as two parallel worlds. On one hand, a political process, a presidential election in a month, with a strong polarization of the elite, which does not reflect downward. And I think this polarization, in which we see a context of a presidential election during which it is taking place, does not resound with the categories of left and right, which we would traditionally think of if you talk to the citizenry. There are there's much more anger and indignation at that point against everyone who belongs to the elite. And I'm speaking about the political elite, the economic elite, and in some cases, the cultural elite. All the elite is a packet in which the citizenry has a tremendous lack of confidence. If we measure the country, for example, with a president who is about to have a constitutional convention, the prosecution just reopened a case against him for corruption. If we think that we have an ex-director of the civil police who is being processed for corruption and a former director, the carabineros, the uniform police, has also been processed for corruption. Two formal leaders of the uniform police are being processed, and also several military leaders being processed for corruption. So it would appear that the nation is collapsing. But about 5 months ago, in 2 more years, we'll have if you had said 5 months ago that we were going to have a constitutional convention now for a new constitution, we would never have imagined this. For the greatest dreams for some and the worst nightmares for others. But this is what's happening. Michael was speaking about the fact that it seemed unthinkable that there would be such a social explosion, which happened just 2 years ago, the 18th of October in Chile. Truly speaking, the only thing we didn't know in reality was when this would happen, when there would be a social explosion. But in reality, in any area, it would be impossible to think that this country would stop being the oasis that it appeared to be, because under the rug there were some serious problems. So, as the European Union ambassador said, when he came to Chile, he discovered that here you couldn't talk about averages. Rather, you speak about the midway, which he didn't understand at the beginning. What were we talking about? Not an average, but a middle. Now it's easy. The average of income of a worker is from approximately $800 a month. But the mean is only $500 per month. So 50% of the workers live in Chile with less than $500 a month. That was the oasis that was mentioned that we were so proud of at a given time. And in the middle of this, there is a way to resolve this tremendous political and institutional crisis, which was frequently occurring, which would be the constitutional convention. So we called a plebiscite in which the Chileans were asked who wanted to continue with the constitution that was in force, which came from Pinochet's dictatorship, and 80% said that they wanted a new constitution. And then if you ask them if they wanted the members of the Constitutional Convention to have a mixed group of people who were parliamentary leaders and also some who were elected in order to do this, more than 80 responded, or maybe a little more than those who rejected the Constitution in force. A little bit larger number said they did not want any parliamentary people. They wanted everyone selected by them for the Constitutional Convention. So it was elected. The people were elected for this. And for the first time in our history, we have an institution which has a decision-making power, which is elected democratically, which reflects faithfully the Chilean society of the 21st century. Pluralism and diversity that we see in this group of people is fascinating, to be honest, in a country where normally the decisions are made by those who come from 4 or 5 particular schools, private schools, for a very elite education, supposedly high quality, and suddenly we're in a constitutional convention where practically no one knows anyone else. It's not the usual elite that is beginning to make these decisions. When I refer to pluralism, this is so broad. Different territories, seats reserved for the original people of Chile who haven't even been acknowledged constitutionally. The average age is 41 years. Some are above average, which shows there are a lot of young people. And it is truly the first time when a constitution will be written with equality of men and women. It's 50% women and 50% men. I think this is a fascinating process. And if we're able to achieve this and resolve the deep political crisis that we're facing, and also the economic crisis that came out of the pandemic, then in reality, we have a lot of hope for the future. It's a little difficult for me to speak here in this forum because I'm a journalist. Historically speaking, it's the first time that I'm taking this leap to a political position, and it's difficult for me to go from an analyst to be a protagonist. So I'll be willing to receive questions with both hats. Thank you so much, Patricia. Very interesting, and possibly we'll end right here because this way we can end our session on a positive note, an optimistic note, but we'll continue speaking. And I have several questions, but let's go back to Oliver to ask some questions and in 2 categories.
One question that we have received from the audience, which I think is really, would like your perspective on, and the other are 2 questions that I have on Brazil specifically. One is one question we have gotten from a participant is on the Democracy Summit that you know that the administration is organizing first virtually in December and then in person a year from December. And the question is, do you think this summit could have a positive impact on democracy in Latin America? And specifically because one of the subjects will be corruption, do you see any way that the summit could be organized? Or would you have any suggestions on how to frame or organize the summit that it would have a positive impact? That's the question more generally. But I wanted to ask, and anybody else is free to respond, but I'd like to hear Oliver's perspective. On Brazil specifically, it seems, listening to you, that of course it's very hard to predict, what's going to happen, but it seems that you're saying that Bolsonaro you shouldn't rule out that he could be reelected, but the chances don't look good. And it looks like Lula's in a pretty strong position. Certainly all the polls today indicate that. And it was interesting to hear you say that you don't see any of the other sort of more centrist options really getting any traction in a highly polarized environment. So I guess my question first, and I know this is a difficult one, but just if you could, assuming there is a third Lula government, what would it look like? What could it look like, and what would be the kind of, in terms of its, policy direction, and in terms of just the way it sort of, deals with other political forces in Brazil? And the second, if you could just say a word about, and this is an issue everywhere, especially in this country and in Mexico as well, but kind of the fake news, disinformation which of course is being anticipated in the and especially in the Brazilian election for next October. How do you see that issue playing out, and is there any policy response that's being seriously considered to deal with that question?
Right, so these are fascinating questions. I'm teaching this semester a course on democracy promotion and its discontents. And of course, the Democracy Summit is something we've discussed at length every week. And I'm still torn. I think that it is, of course, important to prioritize the issue. There's a lot of concern amongst Democrats in Brazil that the US government could be tempted to turn a blind eye on the authoritarian turn as long as the Brazilian government acts as an ally in containing the growing influence of China, or perhaps even become a somewhat less obstinate, somewhat more pragmatic actor when it comes to fighting climate change, which is something that the United States wants, and sort of in return not be too tough on Brazil as democracy erodes. I think that as incredible as it sounds, I think the near-death experience of U.S. democracy provides the U.S. government with quite some legitimacy to actually speak about the subject, not in sort of the kind of parent-child analogy that I've myself sometimes heard when visiting Washington, of how the United States can, of course, teach other countries about democracy, supposedly, but rather than saying we're in this together, we're all facing challenges. None of our democracies work perfectly, and this is something that we need to work on together. And we need to establish stronger networks between those who are committed to defending democracy. I think there's a lot of potential here, and I think that U.S. engagement in Latin America, and I've said this on many occasions before, must be much less about be careful with the Chinese, for example, but actually focusing on potential collaboration between the United States and Latin America, and there strengthening civil society, strengthening the media, and cooperating in the fight against transnational crime, which we've heard here from basically all the other speakers is a serious danger. There's a serious danger for state capture. It's a massive risk to democracy is the growing presence, not of candidates being financed by organized crime, but organized crime actually electing people who are elected politicians, especially in Brazil's case in border regions. So there's a lot of potential there. And that's why I think as long as it's framed right, I think that such a democracy summit, and as long as it's more than just rhetoric, I think there's a lot of potential there. Very briefly about the elections, I think there is no space for a third-party candidate in Brazil because there is polarization even amongst those who dislike Lula and Bolsonaro. And somebody who'd be willing to vote for Sergio Moro would never vote for somebody like Ciro Gomes, and vice versa. So in theory, a third-party candidate who is known to most Brazilians and doesn't evoke a strong rejection would be an ideal candidate. That's why so many people were thinking about some TV personality or some soccer player, because they tick all the boxes. They're known, but they're not really rejected by many. The problem is there's very few people like that. And as a consequence, I think it's very, very unlikely. I think a Lula government would probably be fairly centristic, as a centrist government. I think he would have to grapple with a continued role of the military. I think he'd continue to cede, for example, the Ministry of Defense to the armed forces. I think he'll pick a fairly conservative vice president and basically project himself as a statesman, as a stabilizer in the runoff against Bolsonaro. And regarding fake news, I think that's a massive problem, especially because in Brazil's case, it's no longer about Facebook. It's not even perhaps that much about WhatsApp. It's increasingly about platforms like Telegram. And the Brazilian government has had tremendous difficulty even getting in touch with Telegram about how to limit the spread of fake news. I think the current investigations are a first step But unfortunately, I think the government is still, or the country as a whole, we're still quite far away from finding adequate solutions of how to address this problem.
Great, thank you. Denise, you might want to comment on the Democracy Summit, and you've written a lot about promotion of democracy and the U.S. role in democracy, so love to hear your thoughts on that. And on Mexico specifically, the most frequent question that's one asked about Lopez, well, there are two questions, and maybe you partly respond to one of them, but the other one is, is he looking going to change the Constitution? And if he's not going to change the Constitution, is to be reelected for reelection, and if not, is he looking to sort of to anoint somebody so that there's continuity for the fourth transformation? In other words, is there a vision? There is a strategy there, and is he pursuing that? To what extent is he pursuing that? Yeah. And in that line, they're talking about the referendum or this consulta early next year. Is that going to happen? What impact does that have? And the second question is, you partially answered.
You now have four questions.
No, I know, but those two are related. So I get one more, which is you went in, at a granular level, you said there's a lot of concern about him, but yet he has over 60%. So is it because he's very effective in polarizing the country, or is there, charisma or connection, or how do you account for his sort of continued high level of popularity?
Well, very briefly, and as a rejoinder to what Oliver said about the Democracy Summit, I think the U.S. has a role to play, a role that it is not playing in Mexico and elsewhere, because its priorities are not the maintenance of democracy in the region. Its priorities in the case of Mexico, where I think that the U.S. has important things to say about democratic backsliding or about López Obrador pulling away from climate change, reverting to fossil fuels and so on, attacking civil society, attacking the media. It's all about immigration. And containing immigration at the Mexican border is what is leading the U.S. to basically remain silent on all other issues. And this, I think, is parallel to what Oliver said about Brazil. The U.S. is going to turn a blind eye towards authoritarian backsliding or authoritarianism in Brazil if it can get some pragmatic collaboration on other issues. But in the meantime, we're seeing countries that are headed in trajectories that do not bode well for democracy. And if the U.S. chooses to just simply retreat and place all of its priorities on immigration, which is, yesterday someone provided, I think, a very good insight about the regionalization of the immigration issue in terms of U.S. policy towards Latin America. It's not only about containing people from Central America anymore. It's now Haitians, it's now Venezuelans, and how that is I think, clouding or seeping into all other positions that the U.S. takes on many countries. Secondly, I don't think López Obrador is going to change the Constitution. I do think that he believes that he can continue to manage the country out of power, out of office, from his ranch that is actually called La Chingada. I mean, he will govern desde La Chingada. And how will he do so? By resurrecting the mechanism of the dedazo. I mean, him personally selecting his successor, and not in the traditional formula, but a disguised dedazo whereby he's now announced that there will be a poll, an internal poll of his party, of Morena, to select a successor. And the winner of that poll, in all likelihood, will be Claudia Sheinbaum, the mayor of Mexico City. I just wrote a column about her called La Obediente, the obedient one, because she has turned away from any issue related, for example, to feminism, to gender rights, to abortion rights, etc., because she is following his line in terms of the way in which he wants the transformation to take place. I mean, more seriously, she did not declare the establishment of a semáforo rojo, which would have closed down Mexico City the first 3 weeks of December, because López Obrador told her not to do so for economic reasons. And this entailed that probably thousands of people died. So this obedience has repercussions. And he probably believes that he can create an AMLOATO, just like we had like previous presidents of the PRI tried to create or extend their reign in the 30s. I think that would be the preferred path. There will be a referendum, which he will win. It's essentially a narcissistic project. He knows that he will win the referendum because he is so popular, and because the opposition has no alternative, no program, no candidate. He's done a very good job. The opposition has done a good job of governing badly in the past and not knowing how to create an alternative narrative or delink themselves from past corruption and past misdeeds. So the referendum will take place. And why is he still so popular? Because, as people on the panel alluded to, it doesn't matter. Ideology here doesn't matter. It's not about being of the left or of the right. It's populism. And it's populism that is built on a connection to the people and presenting yourself as the embodiment of the people. And in a country with such vast income inequalities as Mexico, with such a huge concentration of wealth, he ran successfully and has governed successfully by pointing out elites, by going after elites in a very discretionary process, because he defends many of the mafia en el poder and cuates of the old capitalismo de cuates. They're now his cuates, and they're now his elites. So there hasn't been a structural change in terms of dismantling many privileges, but it's useful politically to point out that he is the voice of the poor, he is the voice of the marginalized, he is the voice of the dispossessed. And there are certain things that he's done well. I mean, Claudia Paz y Paz can tell you about this government's commitment to unraveling what truly happened in Ayotzinapa, for example, or this government's good intentions in terms of providing social safety nets for the poor. But the policy implementation of those good intentions has been very bad, because this is a government that distrusts técnicos, that does not understand the apparatus of the state, that believes that good intentions and goodwill will lead to good results, while at the same time you're dismantling the professional bureaucracy that actually knew how to run anti-poverty programs. So you see this dissonance between popularity and bad governance. And finally, and this is most worrisome, if you look at the polls at Latino Barometro, Mexicans don't support democracy. I mean, support for democracy in Mexico has fallen significantly over the past 3 years. And not only that, support for the military being in charge, that has grown, and that is unprecedented. So you have this, a charismatic populist leader in tandem with the military, and 18 years of democratic rule, with many mistakes made by the opposition when it finally came into power, and a president who points out those mistakes on a daily basis. And what do you get? You get support for authoritarian leadership, charismatic leadership, proto-authoritarian leadership that delivers, whereas democracy is viewed as dysfunctional and elitist.
Thank you. Claudia, también me gustaría conocer.
I'd like to know what you think about what a summit on democracy could actually achieve. Is it worthwhile? Does it seem useful to you? Important? And I have another question. You've already painted quite a complicated picture for the region, but I would like to know what your outlook is on civil society, social movements, anti-corruption movements. There was a time when both countries seemed to be showing a real popular pushback against corruption in Brazil a few years back with the Lava Jato in Guatemala. So my question is, what happened with that? And do you think that there's any likelihood that that type of citizen response could be renewed in favor of democracy, in favor of fighting corruption in your country? In El Salvador, well, we know of late there have been some protests against Bukele's administration in that country, but if you could give us your understanding of the strengths and capabilities of civil society on matters of corruption and democracy in the Central American region. I thank you very much for that question. After giving such a negative outlook on the region, but that's really how we see it. But how do we recover hope? How can we cling to hope? And I hope, or actually think, that organized civil society is exactly what brings hope to the region. I remember the Spring of Justice when CICIG was in Guatemala. That made it possible for the fight against corruption to be conducted from the judiciary. We saw presidents, former presidents, ministers, businessmen being brought to justice for cases of corruption. That was a situation that also happened in Peru, resulting from the Lava Jato case. Former military personnel, politicians called to account for acts of corruption, and I think that the work done by brave prosecutors and judges, independent press, and civil society in Guatemala, that is what made it possible to confirm what we had all suspected, the fact that economic and political crimes through illegal financing of campaigns is what made it possible for public works projects to reap kickbacks and help these people live high off the hog. So, but that did leave us with the feeling that it can be done when you have people like Francisco Sandoval and other judges that I've mentioned who fight back. But I think that was made evident. And so those people are the resistance. But this also happened in Honduras, cases of mega corruption against the ruling party, in which we saw how these mechanisms of schemes of corruption work to authorize, for example, land being given to foreign mining companies. And in El Salvador, there was a proposal to investigate drug trafficking, corruption tied to healthcare within the COVID context, and that led to that attempt, a CICIG-type panel being shut down. Didn't go anywhere, but that goes to show just how corruption is not an isolated thing. It's a way of doing politics that brings the economic and political elite together. this is a systemic or system-wide problem, and just how far can organized civil society and demonstrations in El Salvador lay bare this reality, and protests in Guatemala, and the ones that happened in Honduras with the torch movement, keeping the Masica from being installed. So just how far can these struggles actually go? Let's hope that that can be a check on authoritarianism. Now, let me say something that Dennis mentioned, which is key, I think, all of us in Central America. Now, we saw the election of President Biden as something that gave us much hope. President Obama was serious about fighting against corruption, and an anti-corruption task force was just announced for the Northern Triangle. However, perhaps the fear is that the migration agenda might end up putting those other struggles on the back burner or render them invisible. The talks between Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and Washington, which are the countries from which most migrants to the U.S. come from, not just those countries, as Denise rightfully pointed out, but so there's stress is placed on having a relationship with the heads of government of these countries in exchange for some type of a migration policy, but it's economic pressure that leads people to migrate to the United States. So let's hope that that isn't the case. Let's hope that building the rule of law and democracy and the ability to address these root causes be what actually guides the dialogue. And hopefully that will lead to a situation in which people don't feel compelled to leave the country. Lucia, we have a little bit of time left. What is your analysis of the election in Chile? You're in Chile, you live in Chile, you know Chile. Well, you know all of the countries, but Chile as well. And the election is coming up within a month. It seems there are 3 relevant candidates. If you could share with us your analysis of what we can expect, what the main topics are, that would be very interesting for us. I have my candidate, the leftist candidate, and I think it was very important to say that. Now, let me try to tie what we said before with some of the other countries. Chile went from being a country in which we knew 6 or 7 months before an election who was going to be the president of the republic. With the exception of Lagos and Lavín, over the last 30 years, it was quite evident what was going to happen. The political parties knew who would win, happened with Piñera, Bachelet the first time around, and second time around at well. And now we find ourselves in a situation similar to Peru, in which it seems that the politicians are, or candidates rather, are sucked into politics faster. And even though Gabriel Boring is a front runner in most of the surveys, but with a very tight margin, not 50 points, a very close neck-to-neck type margin. And so Patricia can talk about this perhaps better than I can. Now, the party, the ruling party on the right, we're talking about 5%, along with another one who is in Miami, running his candidacy via YouTube. Now, the freedom that voters have and those who finance elections to go from country to country is huge. And so it seems that the extreme right, CAS, that was a dark horse just a few months ago, and that person is against the new constitution, is against there are former servicemen, military officers, or servicemen and police officers who support him, very akin to Bolsonaro or Trump, and so that is an open question mark. And on the other side, the more traditional left is that we've seen over the last 30 years that the concertación política has a very interesting candidate who was president of the Senate, Provost, but is falling behind. And so it's not quite clear if he will make it to the second round of election, so the runoff. So we go from a pass of people knowing in advance who the president would be to one in which 1 month before the first round of the presidential election, and we see now close ties in the surveys. And so it's a level of instability that you don't see in discussions about the economy. Thousands of people who have left the country, and it's not for no reason. It seems that Chileans are the ones who are buying the most apartments in Miami. First it was the Venezuelans, and now it's Chile's turn. Mexicans, now Chileans. U.S. should pay us a royalty for the democratic crises, and there is a concern regarding the economy, not just in the next administration, but also given the structural changes that hopefully regarding the enactment of the new constitution. And so we have a situation, metaphorically speaking, I would say that Chile was like a building built on a cement foundation. It wouldn't move, and now there's a breeze. And so you see there's a lot of swaying movement, and movement isn't necessarily bad, but that has led to polarization. I think in the second round, the runoff, Gabriel Boric and Cast of the extreme right will be the ones facing off. And hopefully those on the left will unite. But this is a wish list, really. I can't say it really reflects reality. Thank you, Lucia. The last word goes to you, Patricia, if you would like to talk about this presidential run and what happens if there's a president that comes in and with a new constitution who says something that runs counter to the constitution. So how can that be reconciled to make it work? I would like to compliment what Lucia was saying. We had 4 candidates, main candidates, and the bottom fell out of that. And now there are scarce, there's a scarce likelihood that the traditional left is going to prevail. Now, Jose Antonio Cas, as Lucia was saying, is a extreme right candidate. Now, Lucia was saying that she has her candidate, Gabriel Boric, and he is the front runner in all of the polls, but not by much. And so I think it's very difficult right now for us to know exactly who is going to make it to the runoff. Gabriel Boric is the candidate of the left who is united to joined associated with the Communist Party, and he cannot break from that alliance until the runoff. Given a legal obligation he took on from the primaries, he has literally has to stick with these partners. I think if Boric could come up with a different coalition, coming together with the center-left, his prospects would be better, but that isn't legally feasible right now. Now we have a Provost. This is a last-minute party. That's a center left, the party of the Concertación, and then CAS on the extreme right, who daily seems to be rising the polls. But beyond what I said in my first intervention, these labels of left and right in the political battle isn't something you really see reflected among voters, and therefore the proximity to this or that candidate, that is, as when you see how the voters interact with their candidate, it's quite emotional. Now, at the time of the election, if people if what's touched on, as CAS does, is the matter of law and order, something that the people might support, well, then he is likely to win. But if social rights are what prevail, which is what the Constitution or the Constitutional Convention is seeking to ensure rights in housing, health, education, and so forth, all the rights that over the last 40 or 50 years have been market-based. Now, if that is what prevails in what the voters are feeling, it's likely that the votes then will go to Gabriel Boric or Jasna Provost if Provoste manages to align herself to be in tune with what the vast majority of citizens feel. The citizenry demands that agreements be struck to move forward in the country. Thank you very much, Patricia. Wait, one last thing, if you would allow me. I'll be brief. I just want to say that if CAST wins the election, the constitutional process is going to be in a very difficult situation. He is a man of rejection, rechazo. He does not want the constitutional process to go forward. He was a supporter of Pinochet. Thank you very much, Patricia and Lucia, Claudia.
So I'm not alone here in Washington. I wish we were joined by our other panelists, but this has been absolutely a terrific, fascinating, stimulating panel. I want to thank everybody for joining us. This has been great, and we'll continue the conversation in other dialogue events, I'm sure. I hope to count on all of you for continued participation and collaboration. Thank you all very, very much. Take care and be well.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
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 Abrazos.
Abrazos.
Bye, thank you. Ciao, ciao.
Hola.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you all the panelists for a very interesting and, of course, sobering discussion. We'll now have a 5-minute break. Please continue to participate via Twitter using our hashtag Diálogo CAF 2021. We'll see you back here at 4 p.m. Welcome back. We're now ready to begin our last session of a conference. Our distinguished panelists will participate in our session titled Green Recovery: How Climate Change Will Shape the Future of the Western Hemisphere. Remember that during this last session, you can submit questions to the speakers via email at the email meetings@thedialogue.org and our conference platform. It is now my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this session, Kim Osborne. Kim Osborne is the Executive Secretary for Integral Development at the Organization of American States. From 2008 to 2011, she was the OAS representative to Belize, and she previously served as the head of the Technical Cooperation section at the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development. She helped pioneer the Small Tourism Enterprise Program for small and medium-sized businesses. She's a founding member of the Center for Community Resource Development. Welcome, Kim, and over to you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. It is indeed a pleasure to be here. Welcome to today's discussion on an issue of urgent importance for our region, that of climate action. I thank the CAF and the partners for putting this issue on the agenda, and I thank all of you for joining us this afternoon, particularly our esteemed panelists. As I reflected on the issues that we will discuss today, a few things are very apparent to me. Firstly, our region's inherent vulnerability to external shocks is beyond question and is generally well understood by the international community. Secondly, the importance of building resilience in the areas of greatest vulnerability, such as exposure to shocks caused by disasters, climate change, volatility to energy and commodity prices, and global financial and health shocks, is also very well accepted. There's also strong acceptance in the region that a new economic model is needed that is inclusive, competitive, and resilient. And there is consensus that a mix of green and blue economies gives the region more options for building resilient economies. At the same time, the region is faced with the urgent need for climate action, as we are on the front lines of the impact of climate change. To discuss the issues of climate action, I am joined by an esteemed group of 6 panelists, whom I have the pleasure of introducing to you. Ambassador Selwyn Hart is the Special Advisor to the Secretary General on Climate Action, to the UN Secretary General on Climate Action, and Assistant Secretary General for the Climate Action Team. In this role, he works to ensure enhanced levels of ambition on climate change, focusing on member state support, coalition building, UN system engagement, public mobilization, and to implement the Paris Agreement on climate change. Ambassador Hart, welcome. Ambassador Fiona Clowder is the UK's government's ambassador for Latin America and the Caribbean for COP26. She has served as Her Majesty's ambassador to Chile from 2014 to 2018, later returning to the UK to work on the Americas, overseas territories, climate diplomacy, and preparations for COP26. Ambassador, welcome. Mr. Benigno Lopez Benitez is Vice President of Sectors and Knowledge at the Inter-American Development Bank. Prior to joining the IDB, he served as Minister of Finance of Paraguay. In that role, he led a comprehensive tax reform initiative aimed at improving the progressive capacity of the tax system, increasing government revenue to finance health and education reforms, and incentivizing labor formalization. Welcome, Mr. Benitez. Mr. Daniel Violetti is the Senior Director of Programs Coordination and Acting Director of the Means of Implementation Division of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC. As a Senior Director, he provides strategic direction and oversight at the MOI Division, supports international cooperation on the mobilization of financial resources, technology development and transfer, and the building of individual, institutional, and systematic capacity to enable and support parties to take enhanced action on climate change. Welcome, Mr. Violetti. Anna Cristina Barros is a Senior Advisor for Sustainable Infrastructure at the Climate Policy Initiative. She has a 30-year career in socioeconomic environmental field, working in public and private policies for the conservation and sustainable use of natural resources, climate change, production, and sustainable development. And finally, Mr. Javier Manzanares is the Executive Director at the Green Climate Fund. Previously, he was Director and Representative of the UN Office for Project and Services in the Mercosur region, based in Argentina. He was formerly Division Manager of Investment and Development Banking at the Central American Bank for Economic Integration. Welcome, Mr. Manzanares. I believe we have, the description speaks for itself. We have a very esteemed group of panelists joining us this afternoon for what I would hope will be a dynamic discussion. We hope that the discussion is interactive and we'll be making opportunities for the audience to also interact and dialogue with the panelists. The panel will flow in the following manner. We'll begin with a 5-minute opening statement from each member of the panel on the subject matter. We ask that each panelist stick to 5 minutes, following which I will ask a follow-up question to each. We will then open up the discussion for questions from the audience, and we'll close with some final thoughts from our panelists. And so we begin. It is now my pleasure to welcome Ambassador Fiona Clowder. Ambassador, you have the floor for your opening statements.
Thank you very much, Kim, and thank you very much to the organizers of this very important CAF conference. And we have another very important conference coming up, of course, the UN Climate Change Conference, COP26, that will take place in just 10 days' time. So opens 31st of October and then proceedings from the 1st to the 12th of November in Glasgow, Scotland. And this is the most important conference facing the world. And it's a conference in which we hope urgent action will be taken, because the challenge of climate change is upon us, and it's very much upon us in this region of Latin America and the Caribbean, one of the most vulnerable regions in the world, also a region with great opportunities. And so at COP26, we have 4 key objectives to take forward. First of all, mitigation, encouraging all countries to come forward with ambitious NDCs, those nationally determined contributions, the national plans to reduce emissions targets by 2030. But this is more than just defining those targets. It's about planning that energy transformation, looking at the opportunities from clean transport, increasing efficiency in all sectors. Secondly, our objective on adaptation and resilience. At this COP, under the UK presidency, we hope to get a better focus, a greater focus on adaptation and resilience, and also the connection with nature and nature-based systems, crucial issues for this region, which is already living the reality of climate change. Thirdly, to make that vision under those first 2 objectives of mitigation and adaptation and resilience happen, that needs money. So finance is our 3rd objective, encouraging the developed world to make good its previous commitment of $100 billion a year of climate finance, planning further finance for the future, mobilizing the big financial institutions like the multilateral development banks, and also very much working with the private sector for business to transform its own ways of operating, to look at climate risk and also climate opportunity, because this can create more jobs, more growth for the region. And our 4th objective is, of course, fundamental, the international collaboration that will take forward the negotiations on the Paris Rulebook, the international framework by which the world can move forward on this challenge of climate change. And so we're looking forward to Glasgow, but there has to be more than just words at Glasgow. It has to translate into action. And for this region, I think there is a great opportunity to raise its profile, to make clear the vulnerability of this region, but also for all countries across the region to plan for a green recovery. Addressing the challenges of climate change can also help recovery from this terrible pandemic which has faced the world. So we look forward to working with all countries in this region to move forward. But the issues are urgent. The science is telling us climate change is not only happening now, many countries in this region are living the reality, but it's happening with greater urgency, with greater impact than any of us ever envisaged. So the need for action is now. It's late. It's late for words. It's time for action. And perhaps one thing to reflect on from this, the 25th CAF Conference, is my challenge to all of you, whether you are the president of a country, a business leader, a citizen, what action will you take so by the time of this conference next year, we see real progress in this important region of Latin America and the Caribbean on climate change issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Clowder, and thanks for the call to urgency. It's late for words, it's time for action. And with that, I would like to move on to Ambassador Selwyn Hart. Ambassador Hart, you have the floor.
Thank you, Kim. If I may, it's really good to see you after so many years. And Selwyn, please call me Selwyn. And I really just want to piggyback on what the distinguished ambassador said. We're 10 days away from Glasgow. The priorities of the UK government are shared by the Secretary General. But the reality is, when we look at all of the priorities, what we need to do to keep the 1.5 degree goal of the Paris Agreement within reach, what we need to do to scale up finance to effect this transition, what we need to do to protect people and livelihoods under the adaptation agenda, we are nowhere where we need to be. We're not even close. And that's the reality that confronts us as we head towards Glasgow. The gap on mitigation is absolutely enormous. Countries promised in the Paris Agreement to pursue best efforts to reach the 1.5 degree goal. 1.5 degrees, it's not ideal, especially if you are living in a low-lying coastal state or if you're living on an island, but it's achievable and it will prevent the worst impacts of climate change. Based on the nationally determined contributions or the national climate plans that parties to the Paris Agreement have submitted, we are on a 2.7 degrees Celsius trajectory. We're on a 2.7 degrees Celsius pathway. This is catastrophic. So we need countries to be more ambitious on the road to Glasgow. And after Glasgow, we need to ensure that countries return to the table until we're on that 1.5 degree pathway. 20 countries, the G20. The G20 alone accounts for 80% of global emissions. The good news is that most countries in the Latin American and Caribbean region, the countries in the Central American region, countries in the Caribbean, have put extremely ambitious climate commitments on the table. And they must be congratulated for the level of ambition that they've shown, the seriousness that they've taken shown as it relates to the climate crisis. But we need all G20 countries in the Latin American and Caribbean region. We need all G20 countries globally to step up to the plate and accept the responsibility in terms of reducing emissions in line with the 1.5 degree goal of the Paris Agreement. On finance, 10 years ago, developed countries promised to provide $100 billion in climate finance. We're not there yet. 11 years after it was placed in the Paris Agreement, we're $20 billion short. And while we've heard a number of encouraging commitments over the course of the last few weeks, we still have a deficit, serious and significant deficit on the $100 billion goal. This $100 billion goal is a symbol of trust and confidence in the multilateral process. And of course, it's simply a down payment on the trillions that will be needed, the trillions to effect the transition that the ambassador spoke about earlier. But we need developed countries to honor this commitment. We also need to ensure that countries like the countries in the Latin American and Caribbean region are able to access this finance. Countries are currently faced with the COVID crisis. Our region, and you know that I'm from Barbados, so although I'm wearing a UN hat, I still consider this my region. Our region represents 8% of the total global population, but have had over 30% of COVID-related deaths. Our region has been decimated by the COVID crisis. The economic shutdown and crisis resulting from COVID has disproportionately affected our region. Many of the states in the Latin American and Caribbean region are tourism and service-related states, and these entire industries have been shuttered for close to 2 years. So the countries of the region are not in a good place. The level of debt, the debt stock in the region has risen significantly, and the regions and this entire region is facing a fiscal crisis the likes it has never seen. So finance is absolutely needed if we are going to tackle the crisis of debt, climate, and COVID recovery. And finally, on the adaptation question, our region is very vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Last year alone, close to 3 million persons were newly displaced by disasters, almost all climate related. And this is about 10 times more than from conflict and the center of the climate crisis. So this is why the Secretary General has been calling on donors and the MDBs to allocate at least 50% of their climate finance towards adaptation and resilience. This was a promise enshrined in the Paris Agreement. Developed countries promised to balance mitigation and adaptation finance 6 years ago. Presently, only 25% of all climate finance goes towards protecting people and livelihoods. This is unacceptable. To date, only Denmark, Sweden, and the Netherlands have supported this call by the Secretary General. Given what our region is facing, there is no country, no developed country in our hemisphere who should not be prioritizing supporting adaptation and resilience in our region and globally. So as we head towards Glasgow, this is really a moment of truth for the multilateral process. I remain confident. I'm an islander. Kim, you're from an island as well. We're always eternally optimistic. And we hope that Glasgow can be that moment. Our region absolutely needs it. I believe that the Latin American and Caribbean region has everything, all the tools, all the ingredients to be the first region to decarbonize. And it can also be the first region that is fully resilient to the impacts of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Hart. Indeed, we lived through the realities of climate change, and the call to action is well noted. And with that, I'd like to move to Mr. Javier Manzanares. Mr. Manzanares, you have the floor for opening statements.
Thank you so much, Ms. Osborne, and a true privilege to be part of this conference. Our appreciation to CAF for the invite. And I would like to make a few remarks on the introductions made by Ambassador Glauder and Ambassador Hart. They both reminded us that COP26 is in 10 days happening, and also within the objectives, they have both spoken about scaling up finance. We've been reminded about the $100 billion a year in financing. And the Green Climate Fund, as the main implementer of the Paris Agreement, is also the world's largest dedicated climate fund. We support about 140 countries. We support, obviously, the Latin American, the Caribbean region. We do it by investing in projects in sectors like agriculture, water, land use, energy, forest, blue economy, to name a few. We invest through our accredited entity partners, and CAF being one of those and a leading partner for the region. So at this point, the GCF has recorded $20 billion in contributions into the fund. Out of those $20 billion, $10 billion have already been committed in funding proposals approved by our board. This amount of $10 billion totals more than $30 billion in investments. And the region stands at approximately 23% of our total approved projects. So within my intervention, I also would like to encourage the region and the leaders to raise their level of ambition in the fight to climate change. Specifically now, within this context of the conference, to invite CAF to actively engage with the Green Climate Fund for more paradigm shifting and transformational projects and programs for the region. Also would like to highlight the importance not only of the green investments, but also on the blue investments. The ocean is the world's largest ecosystem on our planet, covering 71% of the Earth's surface. Therefore, as you can imagine, blue economy and a large corridor for the protection of oceans within the regions, oceans that are the biggest carbon sink, that is especially encouraged also at the Green Climate Fund. In terms of energy, Latin America has abundant renewable energy, so the region should make a strong effort to shift to a much lower carbon energy by 2030. It's important to highlight FOLU as well as the agriculture, forestry, and land use. This has been the region's #1 contributor to climate change by far. So higher temperatures will bring shifting precipitation in some areas, coupled with the stronger and more frequent storms, increased flooding, and acceleration of salt water into the groundwater. So this will affect the agricultural sector, and the agricultural sector accounts for 5% of regional GDP, and it also accounts for 23% of exports. It also consumes more than 70% of the water in the region. So our projections indicate that agriculture will be hit notably hard unless that the sector invests in resilient infrastructure and more efficient water management. So again, a very strong message to the audience, to all participants, excellencies, a very strong message of encouragement to engage with the GCF as an additional partner for scaling up finance within the region. Over to you, Ms. Osborne.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manzanares, and we'll get back to the issue of financing in a little bit when we get into the discussion. For now, I'd like to invite to the floor Ms. Ana Cristina Barros. Ms. Barros, you have the floor.
Thanks, Mr. Osborne. Thanks to the CAF and to the dialogue for having me here. I came to bring the Amazon to the discussions of green recovery and climate finance. The Amazon that hosts more than 50 million people and also stores 10 years of global carbon emissions. That's the climate value of the Amazon, a decade of global carbon emissions, not to mention cultural biodiversity and all the rainfall in the southern continent, in the Americas. And the urgency that we face in the Amazon is that we have lost already up to 20% of the forest cover, and it might be bringing the region to what scientists call the tipping point, where ecological natural processes help to undermine the forest and to make even worse its effects on climate change. And if we look at the past, we had successes in fighting deforestation. Over the years of 2004 to 2014, we had the chance to decrease 80% of the deforestation in the Brazilian Amazon. And that has been the result of the support of the overseas development assistance, of philanthropy investments, the PPG7, the pilot program to protect the tropical forests in the Amazon, the Amazon Fund, the ARPA, the Protected Areas Regional Program, Herencia Colombia, the LEAF, more recently. Those are all projects devoted to control deforestation. And as I said, with some success, but unfortunately, none of them really tapping into the root causes of deforestation related to infrastructure. A couple of figures for us all to have in mind. 80% of deforestation occurs along roads in the Amazon. More than 50% of current protected areas, indigenous lands and parks, are under threat by energy, transport, and mining projects. That's what we have to deal with. And, bringing a few rough words, we should ask ourselves when we should stop drying eyes, asking for overseas development assistance, philanthropy, to help the government machinery to fight deforestation, while infrastructure is still causing deforestation. And in order to address that, the Climate Policy Initiative just...
Your mic is off.
I'm sorry. The Climate Policy Initiative, in part as supported by the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation, entered in a partnership with a subnational government in the Brazilian Amazon to try to understand how we should improve the quality of government for infrastructure projects. And among many of our conclusions, what we have realized is that the global struggle for more quality infrastructure projects really depends upon some structural changes in the way that government takes decisions. There are some structural failures for us to correct. And among many, one of them is of a critical importance, which is our capacity to act early on. The earlier in the project life cycle, the better will be to reduce the risks of the infrastructure projects and to reduce the risks of deforestation. And we have identified a very concrete case to pilot on this, a more than 1,000 kilometer road crossing the Amazon. And on that, and that's a very special case because it is on its early stages of a concession to the private sector. And what we have been proposing to test, to pilot, is an early action fund that would allow the state government to fight deforestation before the project is presented to the market. And if we consider, I will continue, and if we consider that investment a project cost, that can be reimbursed when the project is presented to the market. So we create a reimbursable fund to fight deforestation and reduce the risks of infrastructure in the region. That's what we are ready to try, and that's what we would like to discuss here with you as a concrete case to make the $100 billion needed to fight climate change more attractive and multiplicable. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And that special focus on the Amazon, on deforestation, it is so important to our dialogue within the context of LAC. I would like to now move to Mr. Benigno Benitez. Mr. Benitez, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here to share with you some thoughts about the climate change, which is a challenge that we all have in the future. First, let me give you some numbers of how COVID treated the region. Some of them were saying before in this audience, but the region was hit very hard with the pandemic. We are only 8% of the population. We have more than 30% of deaths out of the COVID. We didn't get the vaccine on time, although the region paid for the vaccine, so that was also a big problem we have in the first part of this semester. Education was hit very hard. 160 days of classroom were not there. Children were said to stay home, not go to college, not go to high school. It was very difficult for the region. Mothers who have children lost their job because they have to stay in the home, taking care of them. So education was also very hard hit during the pandemic. And also, the pandemic was like a river that was dry, and we see all the debilities that the region has over the long period of time. Informality, for instance. The informality was shown in the region as a very big issue to be taken care of. The informality didn't allow us as a government to reach people who lost their job, who was ordered to stay home. That was a problem that we have in the region as well. Also, the social unrest was high because of the pandemic and the lack of vaccine, especially in the first half of the semester. So today, governments in the region have at least two challenges near them. One, to face off the COVID issue itself, to pay the debt and the bill of the pandemic, to try to strengthen the hospital and the health system, to try to recover the jobs, more than 30 million jobs we lost in this pandemic. We are recovering some of them. And on the other hand, they have also to show and to fight the climate change challenge. At the IDB, we have a guideline that as a floor of 30% of our loan to have to be directed to climate change. In 2019, we got around 29%, around $5 billion of the envelope of the countries were directed to climate change. But during 2020 and 21, the region was facing the pandemic, so the envelope decreased. The good news is that today we are in the neighborhood of 20% again, and we hope to get to 25 and start getting to the target from next year. So from that point of view, it's a good thing. We in IDB put sector targets, and that allow us to have like 65% of our loan envelope already aligned to Paris alignment, which is a good news. Another good news is that the region is requesting to IDB to help and to step forward in this difficult time that we are facing, seeing the climate change. We as a region in Central America and the Caribbean, we were hit very hard by natural disasters. And in the region, in South America, we were hit with a tremendous drought that we are having now. It is affecting the hydroelectrics in the region. We are facing situations that we didn't have before. So the question that we have at the IDB is, when is going to be the right time to do it? Yeah, and we believe that it is now. As the ambassador said, it's not time for more talking, it's time to act. And we are prepared at the IDB to help the countries in this difficult time facing the climate change difficulties. So I'm gonna stop here, and I'm welcome to answer any question that you may have after this. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Benitez. And finally, it's my pleasure to introduce, to offer the floor to Mr. Daniel Violetti. Mr. Violetti, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. And first of all, thanks to the organizer for having me here today with you for this important CAF conference. And again, I think I will want to say a few words about the COP26 coming up very soon. And it will be very difficult to say different messages from what was said by Ambassador Clauder and my good friend Selvin. But at the same time, I think it's important also to see that we are all aligned in seeing COP26 as really a critical and fundamental moment in the climate change process. And it's definitely the most important conference since the adoption of the Paris Agreement in 2015. So we also have to catch up for, of course, 2 years in which we were not able to meet in person, and therefore countries had not the opportunity to really negotiate, which is the essence of this multilateral process. Again, looking at the critical expectation for Glasgow, and then see also how the region can contribute. First of all, is ambition, right? This is ambition, and how this can be further enhanced in this context. We recently produced our NDC synthesis report, so we brought together all the combined impacts of these national climate action plans, and it was clear that we are far from being on track to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement, and more importantly, to keep 1.5 side. However, in the same synthesis report, what we have also seen is that for those countries who have provided and submitted a revised and updated NDC, the trend is much more positive. So we can see that the efforts in putting more ambition in a revised plan, which are more updated in terms of technological development, goals to reach the net zero by 2050, including the policies that can be implemented at the national level, are resulting in significant decrease in the overall emissions. So what is really needed is those who have yet to come forward with the revised and updated NDC to really step up and do so. In the same context, we will also publish a final update before the starting of the conference to capture the latest information that were submitted after the last report. So we are hopeful that we can start the conference with more positive news. What is important for COP26 is definitely to be back on track, right? We need that. We need that for the planet, for the people, and for all the stakeholders that are out there demanding more action, more ambitious action. So on my side, what we've seen in Glasgow happening is to fulfill the promises that were made on finance, definitely, and ambition, and we can come back to that, but also to wrap up the outstanding negotiation items. We need to close the Paris Agreement rulebook and have everything there that can really boost the implementation of the Paris Agreement, and in particular referring to cooperative mechanisms and transparency. These are the two key themes that are missing there, and we need to close them. And then if we look at ambition, it should not be only ambition, mitigation, adaptation, but in support, which includes finance, of course, as we said, technology and capacity building. And let's also not forget to continue to bring non-state voices together and have them talk, because a lot of the ambition that we are seeing now is coming also from non-state actors or the non-party stakeholders and the private sector in particular, in many, many countries being the leaders in more climate ambition. So, of course, this all comes, and has been said already, in an unprecedented opportunity as the nations are building forward from COVID-19 pandemic to really come to a resilient, sustainable, and green post-recovery economies. And it's an opportunity that should not be only said, but should all really be taken, this opportunity. Will not come again in the near future. So that's the moment in really transforming our economies and make the best of that. And this should be the case in the Latin American region as well. and let's not forget that many of the NDCs coming from the region are conditional to the support provided. If more support is provided, more ambition can be achieved in the region as well. So I do see also this as a part of the role of the region in demanding additional support so that more ambition can be achieved. And I look forward to hear some concrete examples of this as well. And again, the experience in the region has unique capacities and political commitments in this, and also highlight what can be done, and when there is both political will and the right package of policies in implementing climate action. So I'll stop here and I look forward to the discussion, but let's consider that all sectors and all areas in the governments are to be part of the solution in the region as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to follow up on this issue of action and mentioned by Ambassador Clouder, Ambassador Hart, Mr. Vianetti, we've all mentioned the need for action. For us in Latin America and the Caribbean, we're really looking at climate action. A critical element of that is adaptation. And so I would like to hear from you, what do you consider to be some of the priority actions that you believe government should pursue with regard to adaptation? Because we may have funding, but what specific policy actions you believe they should pursue with regard to adaptation? Ambassador Clouder, perhaps you can start with you.
Yes, so this is crucial. First of all, that countries plan adaptation and come up with their adaptation communications, which set out what's needed. Also about embedding this in all national planning and how future investments can be more resilient. So for example, in infrastructure that is being planned in the region, that's going to last 20, 30, 50 years, that needs to be resilient to the future impacts of climate change. So embedding this in government planning, and this is where finance ministers have got a crucial role to play, because these issues are not just about the environment and about climate change, they're about fundamental social and economic change. And that needs to be embedded in the financial planning for a country, in the government strategy and vision. And ultimately, we have to remember people are at the heart of this. People's quality of life, people's livelihoods, people's lives.
Much. Ambassador Hart, thoughts on adaptation for governments and the priority actions?
Thanks. Kim, I hardly ever disagree with you, but I don't think that the finance is there. The finance is definitely not there. And this is a major problem, and it has delayed both the planning that the Ambassador just spoke of, as well as the implementation. So I see it as a supply and demand problem, right? There needs to be a much firmer commitment on the part of donors and the MDBs to allocate resources and support for adaptation and resilience. You know, and I keep telling colleagues, 25% of total climate finance is not balanced. It is not balanced. The reality is, for the MDBs and for the bilaterals, an adaptation project is difficult. The transaction costs for doing adaptation are significantly higher. It requires a significant amount of data, historical data. It requires a significant amount of hand-holding. And these projects are usually smaller. It's usually the smaller Central American countries, as well as the island states in the Caribbean. So there's not a lot of incentive in the MDBs, and this is not pointing at the IDB or CAF, but there's very little incentive to really undertake the necessary work to build and support countries to build this pipeline of projects as it relates to adaptation and resilience building. So there needs to be a sea change in attitude
a sea change in the incentive system in the MDBs and in the bilateral agencies, really to incentivize supporting countries on the adaptation front. That being said, countries themselves need to better embed adaptation, climate risk in general across the board in budgetary and in planning decision-making processes. So I definitely agree that there is a need to embed climate risk in budgetary and planning decision-making. But there's also an urgent need, urgent need really to significantly increase the support available for adaptation and resilience.
Thank you. And I by no means intended to say that the funding has been secured. I was saying funding is one issue. We need to look at policy as well, just to make sure that we don't lose that. I wonder whether, Anna, whether you have some thoughts on the issue of adaptation.
Well, the highlight, taking the infrastructure angle and how infrastructure can be a vehicle of investments for social issues, for the overall ODS. If we look at the G20 recommendation for quality infrastructure, it really starts by saying that infrastructure should provide the services for the people and for the globe to cope with the SDGs goals. And on that, adaptation should be a major component on feasibility assessments. And the problem is that we keep burning this first stage of making an in-depth assessment of the quality of projects. And it is the feasibility phase where we should look at both mitigation, but mainly adaptation for the longer term of the duration of the services that we want the infrastructure to provide. So currently, it's just a check mark on how climate is addressed in the studies. We need that to go deeper, and we need that to guarantee that the infrastructure will be actually providing the services to the people in a changing climate.
Thank you. And Mr. Manzanares, from your perspective, from where you sit, what are some of the priority policy actions you think that member states can pursue with regard to adaptation?
Well, yes, thank you so much, Ms. Osborne. In terms of policy and planning, the GCF, with an aspiration to tackle the gap, the financial gap, we do offer up to $3 million for a national adaptation plan to each one of our non-Annex 1 eligible countries, approximately 140. So in terms of national planning, there are some resources out there. Also, and as to tackle Anna's comment on the feasibility studies, we do have another instrument that we call Project Preparation Facility, that it's perfectly adaptable to any of the project's adaptation projects. That's for up to $1.5 million for feasibility studies. Now, yes, indeed, Ambassador Hart, financing for adaptation, it's not enough out there. And I would say that in two principal areas, one of them related to climate information, a lot more money, a lot more investments should be made. When we talk about hazard planning, when we talk about early warning systems, that must be tackled. And if I were to choose another big pillar within adaptation, that would be probably breakthrough climate technologies. And even more so, I would say the more money is needed into accelerators and incubators of climate technology. That's, I would like to highlight those as two main pillars that would make a difference into the adaptation financing. Over to you, Ms.
Thank you so much. Mr. Violetti, thoughts on adaptation vis-a-vis UNFCCC?
Yeah, and I have to say that the having national adaptation plans in place is essential. And I have just checked, and there are 11 national adaptation plans from the region submitted to the UNCCC only. So this is already an indication that there is the need to really elaborate national adaptation plan at the national level, looking at the policies, and therefore providing them also for being able to receive the support needed. Additionally, really investing in disaster risk reduction, given the challenging exposure of the region, is essential, and also scaling up a nature-based solution as well. This is something that is seen, if done well, as a win-win opportunities, which can also address climate change and other matters there. Thank you.
Give the floor to Mr. Benitez. Any thoughts on the issue of government policy, their priority actions?
Yes, thank you. I don't want to repeat myself. I agree with everything that has been said here before, but I can add that one important aspect is the planning, and that for that you have to have the minister in there and the Minister of Finance. We have a platform that started last year, where the idea of the Chile of a platform of Minister of Latin America and the Caribbean, in order to sit down together to see how to tackle this issue. This platform is now led by Uruguay, and I think that this is a good start in order to set the plan, have the budget, and then look for the financing, which I totally agree is not enough.
Thank you. And this segues perfectly into the questions that we're receiving from the audience. And one audience member has asked, how can debt swaps for climate change measures be used to incentivize Latin American and Caribbean governments to mobilize towards a greener future? I'm not sure who would like to start off with that question. Mr. Manzanares, I see you're shaking your head.
Yes, I would love to, because the question is right on. And particularly when talking about the Caribbean countries, a very good way of presenting this is from the creditor country, right? To offer that debt swap to the GCF as a contribution. That what it does is swapping debt for a climate change project. So if that is brought to us, to the GCF, by one of our accredited entities, and we have two with us today. We have IDB as well as CAF. So they would bring that with a project or programs that would swap debt from a contributor into the GCF. As such, we would have a debt that is converted into action, and the action in terms of a climate related project. Over to you. You are on mute, Ms. Osborne.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Ms. Barros, did you have some thoughts on that question?
Well, yes, we have been piloting a process related to the debt in the Brazilian Amazon with subnational entities, and what we have learned is actually two main things: is that we can add to debt restructuring other investors in a long-term capacity building process for government entities. So instead of taking the debt swap as a one-shot transaction, we can actually have that structure in a longer term and play with the objective of that debt, which could be strengthening the capacity of the government entities to either implement better policies, elaborate and implement, but fundamentally to have better capacity in terms of personnel and budget. So it's really a good chance for us to redirect the finance and the policies related to the government entities related on the governments that are the beneficiary of that restructuring.
Thank you so much. Mr. Benitez, from an IDB perspective, how do you view this question?
Well, we are working on some of the idea that we just hear. We may announce that in COP in Glasgow. So there is a working process there. But I have one comment, that we are here giving advice by the minister are in the fire. They have to tackle the COVID challenges and they have to tackle climate. What I will suggest not to do is to make them choose. We will have money just for this, but not for that. It's going to be difficult for them to go with climate, since many of the countries in the region doesn't feel very responsible for the situation. So we have to somehow giving access to funds, because everyone is very worried about climate, and not to cut the access for all the need that they have on COVID challenges in the near future. That will be my take.
And on that note, given the fact that we know already of the high indebtedness of the Latin American and Caribbean countries, right? And now we're faced with the realities of trying to recover from the pandemic. What models, how can we ramp up financing for climate action within the context of LAP? And what models of financing do you think can be harnessed to respond to the specific needs of LAC, the specific situation within the context of Latin America and the Caribbean? Ambassador Claudia, any thoughts?
I think there's a whole issue of scale-up of solutions and actually simplifying a lot of the processes. So in my discussions with the different countries, it's clear that not only is it the volume of finance is an issue, it's actually accessing that finance in a prompt and easy way is so crucial. It's no use being hit by a hurricane or other natural disaster and it taking years and years and years of application to actually get the money before the next natural disaster hits and the country can recover. So looking at how the processes can be streamlined, looking at how what applies in one country, what helps one country, can be used as a model and scaled up for others in the region. And also a lot of this is about capacity. So both policy capacity at government level, but also technical capacity and implementation capacity of projects. So building those partnerships, both with the funders, such as the financial institutions, but also building partnerships with business and scientific and technical experts to quickly convert projects into action on the ground is very, very important. Back to you.
Thank you. Indeed, could not agree more. Ambassador Hart, you mentioned the issue of access previously in your opening comments. I wonder if you have anything to share on that.
Yes, fully agree with you. And to answer your question, I think that there are 2 points. First is the issue of access, and access from, I would say, 3 perspectives. First is the enormous bureaucracy and red tape associated with access and climate finance. Secondly, as Ambassador said, the capacity on the ground. But the elephant in the room is the issue of eligibility. Many of the countries in the Latin American and Caribbean region are classified as middle income or high income countries. And they're cut off from grant and concessionary finance. And I remember when I sat on the board of the IDB, I fought this tooth and nail. They're cut off from accessing grant and concessionary finance at a time when they need it most. Right? I visited the Bahamas in 2019 after Hurricane Dorian, and saw Abaco Island, which is just decimated. Right? So so do partners prefer to clean up and provide humanitarian assistance, or provide a country like the Bahamas with grant and concessionary finance to make the investments beforehand to build climate resilient infrastructure? To me, it really just doesn't make any sense. So issues around eligibility, GDP, per capita GDP should not be the only criteria that is used. It just makes no sense for this to be the only criteria that's used to allow countries to access resources to build resilience to climate finance. Secondly,
the issue of mobilizing private finance. Public finance alone will not do it. And it's absolutely crucial that we find ways, and this is where the MDBs need to do a much better job. The leveraging ratios, are quite embarrassing. I know that the IDB and IDB Invest they've done better, a lot better than many of their partners institutions, and I know IDB Invest in particular, under James Scriven, has done a fantastic job of finding really creative ways and really creative instruments to mobilize private finance in support of climate and other development imperatives. But scaling up private finance at scale and pace will be absolutely essential if we're going to effect this energy transition and if we're going to ensure that countries are able to invest in climate resilient infrastructure.
Thank you, Ambassador Hart. And Mr. Manzanares, from where you sit at the GCF, how do you look at this particular issue within the context of LAC?
Right. Well, thank you so much. Well, I do see that although the Green Climate Fund has not imposed any eligibility criteria over GDP, whether countries are middle-income countries or not, for us, our intention is to look at the needs based on the community. So it's a community themselves and not countries. So I think that's it's an appropriate scenario from the Green Climate Fund. Also, in terms of private sector, I feel strongly we do have the right instruments on the risking. Having said those two positive remarks, on the other hand, I think the GCF has to do much better, much faster, has to be more efficient. We have to streamline processes. We have to make the entire approval process a lot, not easier, but a lot, yes, comprehensive, but streamlined in the sense that we provide the right responses at the right time. There is a lot of room for improvement within that area, and we must acknowledge that. And we have to do whatever it takes into the GCF so that we deploy financing support in a much speedier way. Over to you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And Mr. Violetti, I wonder whether you'd like to weigh in on that issue. Is this, as you're doing the reporting and gathering the data and doing the monitoring, are you seeing this as one of the issues emanating from countries?
Yeah, no, definitely. And focusing on the private sector engagement, I think this is the area where in the region there is a huge potential to really creating this enabling environment to bring the private sector on board. We know that everywhere is very difficult to attract the private sector on adaptation resilience projects. I mean, it's much more profitable mitigation. Nevertheless, creating the condition for having investment from the private sector, because it's impossible to deliver what is needed without the full engagement of the private sector, is essential. So there is a big role for governments to play, and MDBs have been already mentioned as a key player also for stimulating that. Let's also not forget the end goal of putting a price on carbon, which really will transform our way of seeing the investment and business in this, which also the market mechanism coming out from the Paris Agreement hopefully will contribute to that and involving the private sector further. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to move to another question from our audience. And the question is, in the pandemic, many have adopted new habits and new technologies that resulted in cleaner living or cleaner quote unquote living. That is working from home, to eliminating the need for commuting, working virtually. What role do you think these habits would play in moving forward, in helping us to shape the new normal as we know it, as we have come to know it? And what effect do you think this would have on climate change or climate action as per our discussion? Ms. Barros, any thoughts on that question?
I think that along with the new habits, remote work. There is a growth in other consumption, which is related to recycling, meat. So there is a growing concern about climate change. It is actually ranked in many of Latin American countries a top issue for the population. I mean, people is worried about climate change. And in order to make this and take the chance of making that concern become true in the actions of governments, unfortunately, we are talking about democracy and elections. So we deeply hope that this region can have the freedom to vote and select its best government, and that can feed back to the concerns of the people in terms of their own living standards and the conditions of the planet we all live in.
Ambassador Hart, thoughts?
Thanks. What we saw during the pandemic was a significant decline in global emissions as a result of all of these lifestyle changes. Folks are not traveling, air travel ceased, folks are not going to work, they were staying at home. However, as we've seen the recovery, we're seeing a rebound in global emissions, and therefore what occurred during the pandemic was not permanent, and this is a problem. So it will be absolutely crucial moving forward. You know, we don't need a pandemic in order to address some of the challenges that we have with the production of energy, with inefficient transport systems. We really need countries and we need the private sector to step up and make the necessary investments in clean energy, clean and efficient transport systems, all of the technologies that we have which are available to reduce emissions, but also ensure that persons can still enjoy, basically, enjoy life. One of the challenges that we face with the recovery is that it's uneven. So 8 out of every $10 in recovery spending has been spent in developed countries. Developed countries have been able to invest about 29% of their GDP in COVID recovery. Middle income developing countries about 6.5%, and low income countries just 1.8%. So you have an extremely uneven recovery, which will widen, and we're already seeing it, inequality within and between countries. Secondly, what you're also seeing is that most of the investments in this recovery, especially as it relates to energy and transport, have been in fossil fuels. Not enough recovery spending has been directed towards clean energy investments. And quite frankly, we are about to miss a golden opportunity to ensure that what happened during the pandemic is sustained over a longer time. That's the challenge. The investments, we're seeing widening inequality in terms of recovery spending, and we're also seeing countries investing in the wrong types of activities.
Thank you so much. And we have about 5 minutes left, and I don't want to leave without having a discussion on COP26. Ambassador Clowder, I will start with you. Do you foresee COP26 as responding to the perspectives that you shared in your opening statements? And an audience member has a question regarding COP26 and not having China present. Do you think you could comment on those two? And then we'll go around and give other panelists an opportunity to give brief remarks on COP26. Ambassador Clowder?
So COP26, as I think we all recognize, is this crucial conference for the world. So what's very important is the world comes together. China's involvement would be very, very welcome and is important. We're looking forward to welcoming over 120 world leaders to the start of COP26. Those leaders will set the direction and ambition for the conference. We also want all countries to come with a constructive, collaborative, pragmatic approach. COP26 is not going to be easy. There are difficult negotiations, difficult issues at stake. But for all of us, we have to move forward. So we cannot have an impasse. We cannot decide it's all too difficult. We have to make progress. And the finance, as someone has said, is key to unlocking that. So we look forward to welcoming the world to Glasgow. We look forward to the world working together to move this agenda forward on climate change. Back to you.
Thank you. Ambassador Hartz, your thoughts on COP26, expectations?
Well, I think Ambassador really summed it up right. COP26 is definitely the most important COP since the Paris Agreement was adopted. It represents a really important turning point for us to accelerate action to close the gaps of mitigation, keeping 1.5 within reach, the gaps on finance, both public and private finance, closing that gap on the 100 billion, and also ambition on and closing the gap on adaptation in terms of ensuring that countries finally are committed to balancing adaptation and resilience finance. It is not going to be the COP where we solve the climate crisis. And I don't think anyone should anticipate that when we leave Glasgow on November 12th or 13th or 14th, that the climate crisis will be closed. We have a decade. This needs to be the launch of a half marathon over the course of the next decade to close these gaps. So we need countries to come to Glasgow with their highest level of mitigation ambition. Right now, close to 90% of countries have a net zero commitment. 2 years ago, when the Secretary General convened his Climate Action Summit, that number was about 15 to 20%. Now, the countries have not submitted, many of them, especially from the G20, have not submitted 2030 targets or nationally determined contributions that are aligned with their longer term net zero plans. They all need to go back to the table after Glasgow, hopefully before Glasgow or after Glasgow, and update and ensure that their 2030 targets, their short-term targets, are aligned with a net zero future. So Glasgow needs to be the start of that sprint. It needs to be the start of that sprint that the world desperately needs to ensure that we close these gaps of mitigation on finance and on adaptation. I'm sure that Glasgow, the 1.5 degree, despite the gap, and Daniele can tell you about the gap between what is on the table in terms of NDCs and current policies. The gaps will be there, but the 1.5, in my view, or hope, will remain alive. It will remain alive.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Violetti, since you were mentioned by Ambassador Hart, if you could take 1 minute and give us your thoughts on COP26. What are you expecting? Will it reflect the perspectives that you have shared?
No, thanks for this. I mean, I think it's clear that the political momentum is there. The fact that so many leaders are coming to set and pave the way for the rest of the conference, I think is also no longer time for endless negotiations. Everybody understand the pressure that is there and the expectation that in the world is there. I think this big picture narrative is clear. This has to be translated really in the rooms of the negotiation to make it happen as everybody is demanding. So let's get that.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Benitez, from your perspective, from the IDB and being a former minister, any expectations of COP26? And
well, I certainly hope that Glasgow will accelerate all the decisions that have to be made and all the commitment that is lacking actually. So if we come with acceleration after that, will be a success.
So much. Mr. Manzanares? Same question.
Yeah, yes, I echo and join comments from a previous panelist. If I may add, other than the high-level overarching objectives, I would go down into maybe the walk the talk type of implementation points, rule book, and even more specific, ITMOS, Article 6. I really personally think we should embrace all progress in that regard. Over to you.
Thank you so much. And finally, Ms. Barros, what are your thoughts? What are your expectations?
We are, thanks for those. We are expecting that the Glasgow conference will actually highlight the two-way avenue, which are the international conventions. Now, Latin America is not coming with its best. The political situation is not good in many countries. So the best we can do in terms of national commitments, private sector commitments, will feed back processes in Latin America in each national forces and to improve the commitments and help us to move forward.
Thank you so much. We're unfortunately fresh out of time, but I want to thank our panelists for such a rich discussion. Thank you to the audience for your questions. I apologize for not getting to all of them. We've run out of time. We will be watching with great anticipation at COP26. As someone from a small island nation, I'm from Dominica, we've suffered greatly from the impacts of climate change. We hope that there's action. This call to action, I hope, is echoed in the walls at COP in Glasgow. Thank you so much, Ambassador Clowder. Thank you so much, Ana Cristina Barros, Javier Manzanares, Ambassador Hart, Mr. Daniel Violetti, and Mr. Benitez. Thank you so much. Have a good evening, and thanks again to our audience.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kim, and all the panelists for what is an important, urgent even, conversation on the current state of climate action in the region. And with that, our annual CAF conference draws to a close. On behalf of CAF, Development Bank of Latin America, the Inter-American Dialogue, and the Organization of American States, I would like to thank everyone for joining us for the 25th anniversary of the annual CAF conference. Over the course of the past 2 days, we were able to exchange ideas and analyses with experts and practitioners on a range of topics and issues vital to our hemisphere. We've debated and discussed education in the region, the economic outlook and post-COVID recovery, political stability and polarization, climate change, and progress towards sustainable development goals. Thank you as well to our wonderful media partners, El País and NTN24. We look forward to having you join us next year. Stay safe, and thank you once again for tuning in.